As partner Ryan McCullough and our producer engineer Erwin Perez, we're coming to you live from Anderson, Missouri, where tonight the McDonald County Mustangs play host to the Monett Cubs. Monett, under the guidance of second-year head coach Ben Mock, is 2-2 on the season, following last week's shootout loss to Seneca. McDonald County, under head coach and former Monett assistant coach Kellen Hoover, 3-1 after last Friday's 35-21 road loss at Nevada. 1 year ago, these two teams met up in Monett, and the Cubs posted an impressive 40-27 victory on home turf. Let's welcome Ryan McCullough into the pregame show. Ryan, the Cubs stood toe-to-toe with the Seneca Indians last week. What do you think these kids from Monett learned about themselves after battling the state-ranked Indians?
Well, I think they learned that they can match the physicality of one of the top teams in the entire state, because Seneca's not used to getting hit in the mouth either, and the Cubs were giving it right back to them, and you could tell there was a lot of frustration on both sides because you get tested like that when it's back and forth every single play. There was a lot of scoring, and they found out they can score one of the best defenses in the state, no problem.
The difference between winning and losing comes down to a handful of things, and as we discuss these tonight, let's remind everyone that tonight's keys to victory are brought to you by Buchanan Funeral Home in Monett. Serving Monett and the surrounding area since 1950, they are honored to be a part of the rich history of the local community. So, Ryan, the Mustangs are a solid team, and every year they roll out really, really good athletes. What do the Cubs need to do to get a road victory tonight?
I think they need to make the Mustangs one-dimensional on offense. You got to be able to stop the run, force them into those passing situations. Where the Mustangs are really good is when they have their whole playbook at disposal and they can run play action on you. You got to be able to shut down the run, and then you take away the shot plays, which becomes a lot easier when you make them one-dimensional. So it's going to be on defense tonight to wrap up. You can't have the penalties. Like last week, there was multiple drives that they lost because of penalties where they would give the Indians a first down or their offense would get backed up more. You got to take care of the football, which the Cubs have done pretty well this season, minus week one. You had the week one mistakes. And then you've got to limit the penalties. They're still getting better at that. But tonight I would love to see the defense do better in the run defense and make the Mustangs one-dimensional.
Again, keys to victory brought to you by the good folks at Buchanan Funeral Home, who pledge to continue the tradition of trusted performance, providing quality service with compassion and respect. It's Monett and McDonald County live from Mustang Stadium. The Freedom Bank kickoff is about 34 minutes away. When we return, Ryan and I will take a look back at last week in the Big 8 and discuss games on the Week 5 schedule. Stay tuned for more of the pregame show brought to you by Rollo Insurance and local agent Scott Thrasher. You're listening to the Monett Cubs on KKBL, part of the Talon Sports Network. Here's a jet sweep, however, running right to the 30, 25-20, 15, 10, and down inside the 5. The ball came out late, though, and the Cubs say they have it. Backfield, Washik back to pass. Screen pass set up. It's caught by Umfleet with room to the 10, out to the 15, driving forward and out to Washik now looking right. Fires to Meeks, who makes the catch across the 40, and Washik straight back to pass with plenty of time. Hits Seitz, and Seitz spins his way to the 20-yard line. Another ASI first down. Washik fires over the middle. Smith to the 10 and down inside. As Washik gets the snap, fires to Umfleet, and Umfleet is into the end zone for the score. Cool. It's 8-0. Here's a squib kick near side, and it's covered up by the Cubs.
Deshaun Collins on the ball. That's how you drop an onside kick. A beautiful bounce, beautiful onside by a guy that does his job well.
2nd and 12. Washik back to pass. Fires. Got Meeks to the 40, 35-30, and slung down at the 28, a 2-yard line. Washik with time. Hits Meeks to the 20, 15-10, and down. Washik will turn and give to Smith. Up the middle he goes and into the end zone. Touchdown, Cubs. Washik back to pass under pressure. Fires late, and there's Smith. 2-point conversion is good. Here's the kickoff. It's a low-line drive kick that Smith picks up at the 20. Angles near side to the 25. Breaks a tackle to the 30, to the 35, and out across the 40. Probert will hand to Miller. Miller hit at the line of scrimmage, and down he goes after a short gain.
Textbook tackle.
1 from the 6. It's Miller time, and Miller will get inside the 5 and into the end zone for the score. From the Indian 43-yard line, Washik straight back, now throws to Meeks. Meeks cuts it to the 40, 35, 30. He may go inside the 20, drugged down. Probert hands to Miller. Here's a reverse coming back this direction as Wilson runs to the 30, to the 25, 20, down to the 15, and down near the week against Nevada. Again, Probert on a quarterback sweep, inside the 10, inside the 5. Left, 2 receivers right. Straight back with time, throws, near side, pass caught by Umfleet, down behind him as the tailback. Looking right, throwing right, pass caught by Meeks. Meeks breaks the tackle, still on his feet, down the sideline he goes! Touchdown, Monett Cubs.
And what a play by Alex Meeks. Good ball by
Washik looking left. Now flush from the pocket, throws late, and it is caught. The 2-point conversion is good.
That was caught by
to the left. Listening to the Monett Cubs on KKBL 95.9 FM in Monett, Missouri. Tonight's pregame show is sponsored by Rollo Insurance agent Scott Thrasher. Rollo Insurance supports their clients by securing reasonable premiums, providing complete guidance on insurance coverages, and protecting treasured assets for life. For more information, contact Scott at 417-772-3100. Tonight's pregame scoreboard is brought to you by MetaPlans Plus. Serving customers for over 25 years, MetaPlans Plus specializes in Medicare and Marketplace health plans. Last week in the Big 8, Ryan, we take a look at the scores. Seneca and Monett, the Indians won at 68-52 in a shootout. Cassville traveled to Lamar. A close game there. Lamar wins it 35-26.
Cassville's always a team that you have to earn. You're not just going to walk in there, roll your helmet on the field, and beat the Wildcats. You got to go earn it, even on their down years, and they proved it last week.
Mount Vernon and East Newton, both teams were looking for their first victory as the Mountaineers winning at 35-7.
Yeah, I was confident that Tom Cox would give them their first one of the year, and they win big.
Nevada, McDonald County up at Nevada last week. Nevada wins at 35-21. That handed McDonald County their first loss.
Yeah, the Tigers looking really good. You know, they beat the Cubs week 1. The Cubs have been pretty well throughout the year. The only other team to beat them was the Seneca Indians, who were the top team in the Big 8. So this one's going to be a big matchup tonight.
Out of conference, Aurora traveled to Lafayette County, came back with a big win, 43-29 in that one. This week in the Big 8 Conference, of course, Monett on the road here at McDonald County. Harrisonville goes to Cassville. Harrisonville 4-0 on the season.
Yeah, I trust Harrisonville to win, but they're going to have to earn it.
Aurora travels to Seneca. Aurora 2-2, Seneca 4-0. Obviously, the Indians favored in that one.
Indians big.
Nevada at East Newton. Nevada 3-1, East Newton 0-4. You look for the Tigers to keep rolling.
Yep, absolutely.
And then Lamar at Mount Vernon. Lamar 3-1, Mount Vernon 1-3. Lamar favored in that contest.
They're going to be 4-1.
This week in the area, as far as district schools, with Carl Junction traveling to Hillcrest. Carl Junction's 3-1, Hillcrest 0-4. West Plains 2-2, travels to undefeated Rogersville 4-0. And then Bolivar 1-3 going to Marshfield 3-1. So some big games in the district.
Yeah, absolutely. And the district's really going to start taking shape now as we get to the mid part and later part of the season.
This a huge game for the Cubs tonight. Not only is it a Big 8 conference game, but it's also a district game. Coming into tonight, McDonald County is the number 4 seed in District 6. Monett is the number 6 seed currently. A victory here would go a long way to move Monett up the ranks.
A victory here could move them up to that top half in the district play, which is where you want to be, because obviously the goal is to get a first-round home playoff game.
McDonald County last beat Monett in 2023 by a score of 45-14. We mentioned that the Cubs won last year. McDonald County has won 4 of the last 6 games between the two, but Monett has won 11 of the last 16.
And under Coach Hoover, the Cubs and the Mustangs are 4-4. It's across the board. I went back and checked on that.
Well, something's got to give here tonight because there won't be a tie.
No, there won't be no tie. Someone's getting the edge in the win column.
Again, the Pre-game scoreboard is brought to you by MetaPlans Plus. We'll slip away and hear from some of our great sponsors. We'll be back with more of the Rollo Insurance pre-game show after this timeout. The Rollo Insurance pregame show. Rollo Insurance, a partner who you can call on today, tomorrow, and always. Tonight's contest on Google Play or the Apple app is sponsored by Payless Rental and Sales. With 6 area locations, Payless Rentals and Sales offers flexible payment options and free delivery of furniture, appliances, and electronics. Your Monett Cubs broadcast team is sponsored in part by A-List Properties. For all your real estate needs, their team will work hard for you and your family. Finally, a reminder that the Talent Sports Network covers 3 Big 8 teams each and every Friday night. The Cubs right here on 95.9 FM. The Cassville Wildcats are on 97.7 FM. And the Aurora Hound Dogs are on AM 940. Be sure to catch Big 8 Conference football on the Talent Sports Network tonight and all season long. Ryan, a beautiful evening for football again. It's on the warm side, but there's a few clouds, but not many clouds in the sky. It's just a great night for players and spectators alike.
Yeah, and that sun's going to go down really quickly right after kickoff, and it's going to be feeling amazing. It'll be high 60s. Feel pretty good.
Yeah, it will be. And, and the flag's barely moving. So, again, much like last week, the weather conditions will have little or no effect on the outcome of the game.
Which is what you want to see in two teams that have been known to throw the football, and we could be in for another shootout tonight.
We may be. One thing of note tonight, and it's glorious, the purple numbers on the white jerseys.
Benji's a big fan of the purple numbers and not the yellow.
You know, I think I'll actually be able to see most of those tonight, and that's kind of important when you're broadcasting a game. But a unique vantage point here. We're looking not directly west, but kind of southwest here, so the sun is coming into our eyes. But we're away from the field quite a bit here, Ryan.
Yeah, McDonald County, there's a pretty big gap between the field, then there's the track, then there's like another gap, and then the bleachers.
Yes, and we are probably as far away from the field as anywhere in the Big 8 Conference there tonight.
Yeah, this is definitely the furthest press box. The closest is Seneca, absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But here we are quite away from the playing surface. We're going to slip away and hear from some of our wonderful sponsors. We'll be back with more of the Rollo Insurance pregame show after this timeout. And the Cubs say they have it. The backfield, Washik back to pass. Screen pass set up. It's caught by Umfleet with room to the 10, out to the 15, driving forward and out to Washik now looking right. Fires to Meeks, who makes the catch across the... Generally forgotten over time. However, the actions of players, coaches, and fans, well, they leave lasting impressions. Be sure to choose good sportsmanship as you cheer on your favorite team. This message brought to you by Access Family Care, with more than 200 employees serving 7 counties in southwest Missouri. Tonight's national anthem is brought to you by VFW Post 4207 in Monett. Post 4207 reminds us that some gave all and all gave some. No one does more for local veterans than VFW Post 4207. This game being brought to you in part by Prime Cut. With great smoked meats, fresh steaks, and much, much more, stop by 101 East Cleveland in Monett when you need a single meal or full catering. This game also brought to you by Adrenaline Apparel and Design, your one-stop destination for premium, fast, and custom printed products, high-quality screen printing, and much, much more, delivered when you need it. The McDonald County High School Band is on the field to play tonight's national anthem. We'll slip away and hear from some of our sponsors and return after this timeout. Welcome back to the Rollo Insurance pregame show. Rollo Insurance, a partner that you can call on today, tomorrow, and always. Stop by and see Scott Thrasher at 1001 East Broadway in Monett. A reminder that tonight's national anthem was brought to you by VFW Post 4207 in Monett. Post 4207 reminds us that some gave all and all gave some. No one does more for local veterans than VFW Post 4207. Tonight's game brought to you in part by Heritage Tractor, with equipment ranging from utility tractors to recreational vehicles. Heritage Tractor, working hard to find the right product for you. And finally, this game brought to you in part by the Clark Mental Health Center. At the Clark Center, they proudly serve the Southwest Missouri region with compassionate behavioral health services. With offices in Berry, Lawrence, and Dade counties, they are close to home, and they are here to support you. Well, Ryan, just minutes away from tonight's kick. Huge game between these two teams that have implications not only in a conference race, but the district seedings as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't want to be towards the bottom of the rankings when it comes district time, because it means you're going on the road and you got to play an even better team. You want to get to that home game spot, have a little bit of an easier path to a district championship. Mustangs have captured a district championship within the last few years, and that was a big deal for this school. It was a big achievement. I believe it's their only one that they have.
Yeah, it's a big deal for sure. And, you know, as you take a look at the district standings this year, there's only one team below the 500 mark, and that's Bolivar. Bolivar's 1-3. Everybody else is either 500 or above.
It's tough. It's a tough district, and it's pretty deep, and so you got to earn everything. So tonight is a must-win for both these teams. Both coaching staffs know that, so you know they're going to throw everything out on the field tonight. It's going to be exciting to watch.
You know, if the season ended at this very second, Monett would be the number 6 seed. You know who the number 3 seed is? West Plains.
Well,
we know the road to West
yeah,
Plains for sure.
It's not a fun drive when I'm in Pittsburgh, Kansas, over to West Plains and back that same night.
Yeah, it's a long trip down there, but a lot of football between now and then because this is the midway point of the season, which by itself is hard to imagine that we're already into week 5. But with a win here, the Cubs could really set up the remainder of their season in a very positive way.
Yeah, if they win tonight, like I said, they're going to bump themselves in that top half of the district seedings because you'd have a win over a district opponent in McDonald County. And the Cubs don't play a lot of the other district opponents, so this is kind of their shot to get a leap over somebody. Some of those other schools are already playing each other, so they're going to contend themselves out. There'll be a team that drops a few of those games that'll find their way towards the bottom. The Cubs also don't get to play another Class 4 school very much, so they need this one in terms of points.
Yeah, it's a big deal for all those reasons, and a game that the Cubs would really like to get tonight. We're going to slip away here for more of our sponsors. We'll be back with more of the Rollo Insurance pregame show after this timeout. impressive stats. And you take a look at their quarterback, for instance. 142 for 212 is Dylan Washik. 1,640 yards, 17 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
Yeah, he's going to be holding some Cubs records by the time he leaves the school, and not even this year, but next year, because he's only going to continue to get better and add to it.
And then, he's got some targets that have done a great job this year. You take a look at Miles Young, 10 catches for 85 yards and a score. Antoine Smith, 17 catches for 182 yards and 2 touchdowns. Braden Seitz, 13 catches for 173 yards and 3 scores. Carson Nesserode, 31 catches for 385 yards and a score. Colin Umfleet, 30 catches for 297 and 4 touchdowns. And Alex Meeks, 34 catches for 474 yards and 6 scores.
Yeah, Alex Meeks has really been the one to impress me this year in the way he's stepped up and to kind of be in that long, rangy, athletic receiver you can kind of throw it up to and make a play, and he's filled branch shoes pretty well. Umfleet, he's just the perfect example of a utility player that you could literally put anywhere.
Which, the Cubs run him in the backfield. He's carried the ball 10 times on the year for 57 yards and another touchdown. Antoine Smith out of the backfield, 42 carries, 326 yards and 9 scores. He's a touchdown maker.
He's a touchdown maker. That's a good way to put it.
So, we look to see if the Cubs will continue their success in that aerial game. But they've also mixed it up a little bit more than some have thought. They've done some good things on the ground as well.
Yeah, Coach Monk's really adjusted well. That team last year really started to kind of the rush 3, drop 8 mindset on them, and you drop a lot of guys in coverage to take away the pass. Well, this year team started doing that. Coach Monk said, okay, I got 2 really good running backs, and you're going to get to meet them. And he's got Antoine Smith running the rock, and then when he needs to be spelled, you get Colin Umfleet in there again. He was their leading rusher last year. And you get 2 great backs that they've been able to mix it up with.
As we approach tonight's opening kickoff, look at the weather report. 73 degrees here in Anderson, Missouri, and it feels like 73. The wind is out of the south-southeast at 1 mile per hour. And as we go along tonight, the temperatures will drop into the low to mid-60s. So a perfect night for football. Needless to say, field condition and weather report brought to you by Heritage Tractor, your local John Deere dealer who offers new and used equipment for your backyard, farm, or ranch. Stop by or visit heritagetractor.com. And Ryan, on the way down, Erwin and I passed a vehicle from Heritage Tractor, and they were hauling a piece of farm machinery to someone's farm, it looked like.
Well, there you go. Sponsors and work.
Yes, so saw them in action as we came down. Tonight's coin toss is brought to you by Quick Draw Gun in Monett, where they offer one of the area's largest selections of firearms, ammunition, and accessories. Stop by Quick Draw Gun at 601 South Kyler in Monett, or call them at 417-354-8633. Ryan, it is awfully nice to see those purple numbers.
Yeah, they're pretty clean. The all-white matchup for them. Mustangs wearing their black bottoms, black tops, and the white helmets, but it's a pretty clean look for both squads.
It really is. As you said, McDonald County in their home black uniform, tops and bottoms, trimmed in red and white with the white numerals. The Cubs in all white with the purple numbers, and big wide numbers that we should be able to locate pretty well even from our vantage point here at McDonald
Your
County.
eyes will be pleased with both squads.
I tell you, it's heck getting older. That's one thing for sure. You'll realize someday, but you got a lot of years ahead of you.
Hey, I'm not even to glasses yet.
Yeah, well, I wish I wasn't.
I was blessed in that area. I got my mom's eyes. My dad has to wear glasses. My sister has to wear glasses. They both wear contacts, but
yeah. Well, one day, and I'm good up close, but man, when I have to look a long distance, sometimes that's tough on me. Here come the captains to midfield. And we're just moments away from the coin toss and opening kickoff. If Cubs win the toss here, what do you look for them to do? Do you think
they'll take the ball?
They'll take the ball, and they'll get that offense geared up as quickly as possible. A reminder that you have been listening to the Rollo Insurance pregame show. Rollo Insurance, a partner who you can call on today, tomorrow, and always. Stop by and see Scott Thrasher at 1001 East Broadway in Monett. Officials talking it over with the captains at midfield.
I'll tell you one thing. One thing I remember about playing McDonald County is the hike to the field as the away team. They put you up in the basketball locker room, and you got a ways to go.
I noticed that Monett stayed down here and warmed up on the outside of the fence down here to the north side, and probably saved them a good hike to and from
It's
the
a
locker
journey.
room. Well, it's always a journey down here to McDonald County. And you saw some fog forming down there.
There's always fog in
It's
Anderson,
foggy.
Missouri.
I tell you, there's times that we've almost been fogged out down here. Hopefully that won't
It's
be
like
the case.
Soldier Field in Chicago. It might just roll in.
It did one night down here. I'm telling you, we had a fog bowl before they did. Coin toss is in the air, and I believe the Cubs have won the toss. And McDonald County will be defending the goal to the north. And the Cubs will receive, defending the goal to the south. So the Cubs will have the ball first here as we get things cranked, just as you said, Ryan.
Yeah, it's as soon as Cubs win the toss, as soon as that kickoff happens, it's going to be go, and it's going to be trying to score quickly and often.
Tonight's first quarter brought to you by Monett Sheet Metal, a trusted and respected business that has been providing sales and service for residential and commercial customers since 1935. During our broadcast tonight, the Town Sports Network will offer our listeners the opportunity to earn a fantastic prize. Stay tuned to learn how you can be our next winner. Just one prize giveaway tonight, Ryan.
There we go.
Just one
Doing
tonight.
two. I'm doing one tonight.
Just doing one tonight, so stay tuned, folks, for your chance to win that wonderful prize.
Last week, the Cubs had a kickoff get away from them, and Seneca recovered it. Don't want to have that happen again, but you can bet the Mustangs saw it on film. I would not be surprised to see them try something at some point in the game. Maybe not to start it, but at some point.
Miguel Mora to tee it up, and does so at the 40. Glad to have you along as we bring you live Cub football from Anderson. A short pooch kick that's fielded at the 34. Return set up for the Cubs out to about the 37, and that's where they'll set it up first and 10.
That was a good tackle. Immediately dropped to the legs and wrapped him up.
So the Cubs will have it first and 10 at the 37. And the Cubs will come out with an empty backfield with four receivers split wide to the near side, one to the left side. It's Umfleet with the snap, and he is tackled in the backfield. He'll go down at the 35 for a loss of 2.
Yeah, Mustangs defense was all over that one. Wyatt Gordon bringing down Umfleet.
Second down and 12. And now Washik back in there, flips it near side to Smith, makes a man miss to the 40, still on his feet, and driven out of bounds near the 44-yard line.
Fegan with the tackle, along with Riley.
Say a gain of 8. Third down and 4 from the 43-yard line. Washik sends 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Now rolls left side, throws deep left side, has a man open out there, and it is caught by Seitz, and Seitz with a big catch here early.
That was a hard catch by Seitz. He kind of tracked the ball, slowed down a little bit, and was looking behind him, but reeled it in, moves the chains.
28-yard reception for Seitz, and the first ASI first down of the night. Washik straight back, throws left side, and that's Umfleet with the reception. Should be enough for another ASI first down.
Yeah, Umfleet reels it in, taken down or out of bounds by Jake O'Brien.
Gain of 12. Cubs in hurry-up mode. Hand off to Smith, running near side to the 15, down inside the 10, down to about the 9 for a gain of 8 yards.
Riley with another tackle. Good run by Antoine Smith. He's an aggressive runner. He'll go right at the defender when he has to.
He really does. He puts that head down and looks for that extra yard. Washik out of the shotgun, takes the snap, throws left side. Oh, a good defensive play there. The pass caught, but Seitz knocked down for a loss on the play.
Rubik with the tackle all over him as soon as he caught the ball.
Loss of a couple. Brings up 3rd down and 4 from the 11-yard line. Washik out of the shotgun, working on a long count. Now turns and looks to the sideline for the play call. Washik looks over the defense. 3 receivers to his right, 2 to the left. Takes the snap, throws over the middle and undershoots Antoine Smith. It's incomplete.
Intended for Smith, Ryder Martin in coverage.
Brings up 4th down and 4. The Cubs will go for it here as they have it at the 11-yard line. Cubs need to get just inside the 8. Washik on 4th down, has time, throws over the middle, has a man, and he'll get into the end zone for the score. It's Umfleet from 11.
Yeah, Washik just finds Umfleet there. Umfleet does that route just so well, kind of disguises himself, hides himself well, gets open, gets the corner, and just walks into the end zone.
So the Cubs with an early score. That touchdown brought to you by the law offices of Randall, Massery and Randall. The upcoming 2-point conversion brought to you by Home Shield Pest Control. Here's a pass into the end zone that Umfleet brings in, and the 2-point conversion is good.
Yeah, he just ran a wheel route there, and he was wide open. Washik put up a good ball to him, and he reels it in.
10:05 left first quarter. Cubs lead at 8-0 back after this timeout. Back to Anderson, Missouri. Benji Finsky, Ryan McCullough with you. The Cubs lead at 8-0. The kickoff is a squib kick that is knocked around and finally out of bounds. McDonald County dodged a bullet there. Cubs had a really good chance to recover that kick.
I mean, yeah, that was the dream scenario for an onside kick. Hits a Mustangs player, and then it's kind of just up in the air for grabs, and then it gets whacked out of bounds, so the Mustangs will take over. Cubs almost had a massive momentum boost after a score.
Well, you couldn't draw up a better initial drive for the Cubs.
No, right down the field, faced some adversity, faced it well, and beat it.
1st and 10 for McDonald County. Their quarterback, Martin. Ryder Martin, a 6'2", 180-pound senior. Movement up front along the line of scrimmage. It's going to be a penalty on the Cubs. Cost them 5 yards.
Well, would like to see those limited tonight.
1st and 5 for the Mustangs from their own 46-yard line. Again, Ryder Martin is the quarterback. Wears number 12 on his uniform jersey. Has tailback behind him. He'll get the handoff running left, and the Cub defense all over the Mustang runner.
Yeah, Cubs defense all over him as soon as that ball was snapped. Aiden Rivera with the tackle.
No gain on the play. Tailback was Connor Land, a senior tailback. He was knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Might have lost a foot or two. 2nd down and 5. As McDonald County comes out in the shotgun formation. Motion now from right to left. Martin takes the snap, looking to throw. Has a man on the slant. 1st down and more to the Cub 35 to the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. 55-yard reception goes to Brody Rosler.
I mean, he made that cut, and then he was in open space, and he was gone. Mustangs strike back fast.
Wrestler from 55. And that didn't take long for McDonald County to get on the board. Less than a minute. And like the Cubs, they will go for two. Martin will work out of the pistol formation. Turns and hands to his tailback, who is knocked down short of the goal line and then driven back. So the two-point conversion is no good. 9:16 left, first quarter. Cubs lead at 8-6 back after this timeout.
Touchdown passes to start their initial drives. Now it's up for the Cubs to respond. Still with a 2-point lead.
Kickoff in the air comes down to Umfleet at the 27. He's out across the 30 to the 35 to the 40 to midfield, still on his feet, and goes down inside the Mustang 40-yard line.
Breck Rubik there to trip him up. Going back to that 2-point conversion, though, when you play the Cubs and they're scoring, you almost have to go for two because you know the Cubs are going to, and the PAT doesn't really do you anything because you're still down.
That's right, and they came up short on their attempt and now trail by 2. First and 10 for the Cubs. They have it at the 38-yard line. Great field position, obviously, for the Cubs.
Now you're in Washick's range now when you enter this.
Washick will work out of the shotgun, takes the snap with time, throws it deep right side for Meeks and overshoots his intended receiver. It's incomplete.
In coverage is Brody Wrestler, who just had a long touchdown catch. You can bet he's probably a little gassed out there, playing both ways, receiver and a corner.
Yeah, and they went right after him there. Meeks was open momentarily, but the ball overthrown, bringing up second down and 10. Dylan Washick out of the shotgun now rolls to the right, throws to the right. It's caught by Smith, breaks a couple of tackles, and another, and finally pushed out of bounds near the 30-yard line.
Yeah, what a play by Antoine Smith there. It looked like for sure he was going to get brought down as he caught it. It was textbook defensive tackle. You go for the legs, and Smith just busted himself free and got more yardage.
They're going to say a gain of 9, but well, it looks like a gain of 10 to me. It's third down and less than a yard. And it'll be Umfleet with it, running left. He'll have the first down as he's knocked down at the 27 after a gain of 2.
Yeah, he just kind of fell forward there, saw where he was. Defense coming, just takes the first down, lives to fight another day.
That first down brought to you by ASI. Here's Antoine Smith running right. And he is knocked down after a short gain as he tumbles to the 26 for a gain of 1.
Vince James there to bring him down. And if you're going to tackle Antoine Smith, you got to earn it.
Yeah, and he did on that play. Good pursuit from McDonald County. Sets up a second down and 9 for the Cubs as they have it at the Mustang 26-yard line. 3 receivers wide left, 2 to the near side as Washick gets the snap, drops back with time, plenty of time. Now flush from the pocket to the left. Flag comes out here. The ball comes out. Looks like the Cubs have recovered back near the 35-yard line.
It's probably going to be a hold. Dylan should have probably thrown that one away.
Yeah, he held on to it way too long.
You got to have that internal clock going.
I think it is holding, but I bet McDonald County will decline it because it's a loss of 9 on the play. and that holding penalty would be only 10 yards, so they're going to decline it. So Washik, that sack is on him. He had plenty of time to throw the ball and just held on to it too long. It brings up third down and about 18 from the 35-yard line. Cubs with 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. McDonald County with only 2 down linemen here. Washik back to pass. Will throw short to Umfleet to the 30, to the 25, and dives down near the 23 to the 22 for a gain of 13.
J.W. Riley there to finally bring him down. Great gain by the Cubs.
Yeah, smart play there that gives them an opportunity here on 4th and 6. Washik back to pass, throws deep left side, and lots of contact, and a flag comes out.
Yeah, that's going to be pass interference on the defense. Yeah, but Sides did a good job making it kind of obvious, trying to fight off the defender.
Make sure that it is on the defense. It is holding on defense. And that penalty brought to you by Adrenaline Apparel and Design, your one-stop destination for premium, fast, and custom printed products.
It was a good route by Sides.
Yeah, he did a good job. The ball slightly underthrown, and he was going to try to come back to it and was grabbed in doing so.
Yeah, as a defender, you got to get your eyes on the ball in that case. When you see the receiver look back, you got to be looking because it's coming. And if you make contact, that's an easy one for the officials to call.
It's going to be half the distance, so it'll be a 13-yard penalty. And the Cubs pick up another ASI first down. Washik will turn and give to Smith, who cuts it back to the left, still on his feet. Hard to bring down. The ball comes out, and I believe the Cubs able to recover at about the 11-yard line.
Yeah, Cubs got saved there by Oscar Hinojosa, immediately diving on the ball.
Gain of a couple.
And that's the risk you take, though, when you keep dragging defenders. You're not really able to get away, and they're just had on the ball.
Here's a pass left side, and it is incomplete.
Almost intercepted there by Wrestler. Umfleet was the intended receiver.
It's third down and 9 upcoming for the Cubs. The ball just outside the 12-yard line. Washik has Smith behind him. He'll throw left side to Seitz. Seitz breaks the tackle, now dives down near the 5-yard line.
Jake O'Brien finally wrestling him down. Good game by Seitz on third down. Make it 4th and manageable. This could be Antoine Smith territory.
4th down and 3. It is Smith. Up the middle he goes, inside the 5. Back pedals against that pile and is able to pick up another first down.
That'll move the chains for the Cubs, moving to 1st and goal. Smith did a good job being patient, finding his hole, and then fighting for the first down.
Gain of about 5.
Now Umfleet's the back.
And it's a handoff to Mr. Umfleet, and he's struggling forward and is knocked down short of the goal line. The line of scrimmage was the 3. It looks like he got down to about the 2.
Yeah, the Mustangs have done a good job wrapping up the lower half of the Cubs running back so far.
2nd and goal. Handoff Smith running behind the left guard and tackle, and he is knocked down short after a gain of just a yard.
That Mustangs defense making them earn it right now. Bring up 3rd down and goal. And the Mustangs got a pretty big defensive line.
3rd and goal from the 1. Here comes Smith again, and this time he's into the end zone for the score.
Antoine Smith just barreling his way in. Give the Cubs an 8-point lead now with a 2-point attempt coming up.
That touchdown brought to you by the law offices of Randall, Master, and Randall. With over 80 years of experience, they will handle your legal matters effectively. 2-point conversion brought to you by Home Shield Pest Control. You'll get Quality customer service, affordable prices, and a pest-free guarantee at Home Shield Pest Control. 2-point conversion upcoming. Option play, Umfleet with it. And he is knocked down short of the goal line. The 2-point conversion is no good. 5:34 left, first quarter. Monett 14, McDonald County 6. Back after this timeout. Yard line. Pass to the near side is caught to the 40, to the 45, down the sideline, out to the Cub 45. And that is Breck Rubeck.
Aiden Rivera finally there to bring him out of bounds. Big first play for the Mustangs on their second drive.
Gain of 20 and a first down. All the way to the Cub 43-yard line, 1st and 10, Mustangs. A trio of receivers wide to the right. Eye back behind the quarterback, Martin. Martin takes the snap. He's going to throw it to the right side, and it is knocked down incomplete.
Yeah, it was almost intercepted there. That was number 33 for the Cubs defense, Brady Corus. He did a good job jumping the ball there. Just batted down, almost got a pick.
Yeah, good coverage there on the right side of the line of scrimmage. 2nd down and 10 from the 43. Martin will take a low snap. He's going to throw it out there again, and this time it is caught for a short gain. Good pursuit from the Cubs.
Yeah, Kason Carr was all over that one. As soon as it was swung out, immediately wrapping up the receiver. Bringing up 3rd down for the Cubs defense, a chance to get off the field. Probably 4-down territory for the Mustangs here unless they get a big loss.
Yeah, it's 3rd down, and we'll call it 3rd and 9. The ball at the Monett Cub 42-yard line. The Cubs lead at 14-6 as we move along here in the first quarter. Ryder Martin will work out of the shotgun. Takes a low snap. It gets away from him. He's under pressure now, rolls to the right. Down the sideline he goes, and he turns nothing into something, a first down for the Mustangs.
Yeah, that kid can run.
Yeah, he did
that
a great
was a
job.
good sprint, and he immediately got the first down. That was impressive there by Martin.
A gain of 11, and it was a low snap that got away from him. He retreated to midfield, scooped it up, and then once he got around the side of the defense, no one was going to catch him until he picked up that first down.
Yeah, gotta keep contained there if you're the Cubs defense. If the quarterback gets out of pocket, someone's got to be there.
1st and 10, Mustangs from the Cub 31. Martin out of the shotgun, takes a snap, back to pass. Now in trouble, hit, breaks a tackle, still on his feet, and again turning nothing into something. He picks up 6 yards.
Yeah, and it looked like he was dead to rights in the backfield as Henry Reed was all over him, but then Martin just kind of squirted free and picks up another good gain.
Yeah, and Henry Reed comes in as one of the top tacklers for the Cubs. He also has 1.5 sacks on the season, missed out on one there. There was a flag thrown, but it is going to be waved off, so no penalty on the play. It's going to bring up 2nd down and a long 4.
And that's one the Cubs defense has to come up with there. You got a chance to get a big loss, and then it turns into a gain for the Mustangs. Winning 1st down, like we've talked about the last couple of weeks, is going to be very important, especially in such a tightly contested game right now.
From the 26-yard line, here come the Mustangs. Martin gets the snap, looks to the left. He's going to throw it across the middle, and it's nearly intercepted.
And it was almost intercepted by Black. He read the play perfectly, jumped the route, just couldn't come down with the ball.
Yeah, perfect timing on that play, too. As you said, he jumped the route and was able to knock it away at the last second.
He did a great job. He was reading the quarterback's eyes. That quarterback turned to throw. He was there. But an incompletion brings up 3rd down. Cubs defense needs to dig their cleats in now and come up with a stop on 3rd.
Should be noted that the starting running back for the Mustangs, Soaz, is not dressed out tonight, so you might look for McDonald County to throw the ball a little bit more here this evening. Instead, the quarterback's going to call his own number, and he probably should have threw it on that play. He's knocked down behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of 1.
Yeah, Cubs defense all over him as soon as he tried to go up the middle. That time, Chris Calhoun with the tackle.
It's going to bring up 4th down and about 6. Ball back at the 27-yard line. And we'll call it 4th and 5. From the 27, the Mustangs will go for it here. Martin gets the snap, now rolls near side, throws near side, and it is dropped along the sideline. And on downs, the Monett Cubs will take over.
In coverage for the Cubs there was Chris Spears. The receiver just dropped that one. Cubs offense come back on the field now, a chance to add to their lead.
Good defensive pressure there. That stop brought to you by Heritage Tractor, with equipment ranging from utility tractors to recreational vehicles. Heritage Tractor, working hard to find the right product for you. So the Cubs take over at their own 27-yard line. Washik will throw it near side, has a man, Meeks, who makes the catch out near midfield.
Meeks beats his man and then gets wide open, pulls it in, then gets out of bounds. Great route by Alex Meeks. He's had a great season so far.
Gain of 27 and another ASI 1st down.
That Washington Meeks connection's just been there all year.
Here's a quick pass left side to Smith across the 50 and down to the Mustang 45 for a gain of 6.
Fegan and Wrestler there to bring Smith to the ground.
Antoine with 3 catches here in the early going. 2nd down and 4 from McDonald County's 45-yard line. As the clock rolls inside 3 minutes left here in the 1st quarter. Cubs lead at 14-6. Washik takes the snap. He looks to the left now, scrambles. He's going to run it. Running left side is knocked down short of the 1st down.
Rubik there to tackle him. That was a good scramble by Washik, though, to pick up what he could.
Needed 4, picked up about 3 on the play. It's going to bring up 3rd down and a yard from the 42. Here's a handoff to Smith behind the left guard and tackle. He plows his way down inside the 40 for another 1st down.
Yeah, and plows his way is definitely the correct term there. I mean, he went through defenders and got extra.
Picked up about 5 on the play. He's already toted the ball 7 times in the first quarter. Here's Washik throwing to the near side. That's Umfleet. Umfleet with running room, and he pounds his way down to about the 20-yard line for a gain of 17.
Tripped up by J.W. Riley. Mustangs fans want a flag. They're not going to get one.
Umfleet now with 53 yards receiving on 4 catches. Cubs have it at the 21-yard line. Pass in the air, overshoots Umfleet on the left side, and it'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Yeah, Umfleet was going on the wheel route, and it overshoots him.
Ball at the 20. Here's Washik. He'll hand to Smith, running left side, cuts it up, breaks a tackle, still on his feet, and he's able to get inside to 15, down to the 13 for a gain of 7.
The Mustangs had him at the line of scrimmage, and then he just kind of wrestled the defenders off of him and then got extra yards. That's what he does.
Here comes Umfleet running to the left, picks up the first down and more as he goes hard inside the 5.
Yeah, trucks a Mustangs defender there. I believe he went through wrestler.
Gain of 9 on the play. Another first down for the Cubs from the 4-yard line. And a whistle stops play. There is a flag.
See what the call is.
It's going to be procedure against the Cubs. That'll cost them 5 yards. 1:27 left here in the first quarter. Cubs lead at 14-6. They'll have it first and goal from about the 8, I believe. Yeah, they put it right at the 8. First and goal for the Cubs. Antoine Smith now comes out of the backfield and will line up as a slot man to the right. Washik back to pass, is going to throw near side. And it is incomplete, broken up at the last second.
Yeah, great coverage by J.W. Riley there to break that one up.
It's going to bring up 2nd and goal for the Cubs. Yeah, Ryan, I'm going to have to play revolving windows here if the Cubs throw another one out here to the right side. Washik will work out of the shotgun. Back to pass with time, throws left side, pass caught, sights, he's into the end zone, but there is a flag thrown. If the play stands, it'll be an 8-yard touchdown reception for Sights, but this one may be coming back. It's going to be holding against the Cubs. A costly penalty there that takes points off the board.
Yeah, those are the ones you can't have right there. That could have been a touchdown. Now you're going to be backed up even further. Those are the things that Cubs have to eliminate, because those are what can cost you games, especially when you get to the playoffs and it's district time. You get in a tight game. Penalties are what can flip that.
It'll bring up a goal-to-goal situation from the 18 now. On 2nd down, here's Washik. He's scrambling to the left, flips it to the left, and the pass is dropped and is incomplete.
Yeah, Alex Meeks just unable to reel it in there. That's one you got to have in that situation to get yourself closer. So bring up a lot more to go here in the goal.
Yeah, 3rd and 18. And the Cubs looking to cash in here for a 3rd touchdown. Washik back to pass. Pressure comes. He flips it near side, and it is incomplete.
Rubeck all over him. Cubs try to go their tunnel screen. They had a lot of success against Seneca with it.
So it's going to be 4th down. Well, is it incomplete, or did they go ahead and give him the reception on that? Looks like a reception for a loss of a yard.
Cubs like that tunnel screen. They really found it against Aurora, and then they ran it again against the Indians for success.
4th and goal from the 19. Cubs will go for it. Washik back to pass. throws deep to the right side and overshoots his intended receiver, and on downs, McDonald County will take over.
So that's an example when the penalties can really bite you. Cubs get backed up there because of them. Now they turn the ball over on downs.
A reminder, tonight's first quarter brought to you by Monett Sheet Metal, a trusted and respected business that has been providing sales and service for residential and commercial customers since 1935.
And that's when teams get into where they can rush 3 and drop 8 on you when you're 4th and goal from the 19.
Yeah, they can put several guys right at the goal line and make you throw in front of them. From the 19-yard line, here come the Mustangs. Ryder will give to his tailback, who runs it up the middle. He's met at the line of scrimmage for no gain.
Yeah, he's immediately brought down. So far, the Mustangs' only success on offense has been either quarterback run or in the passing game.
That was Land with the carry. And that should be the last play of the first quarter. Our score after one. The Monett Cubs 14, the McDonald County Mustangs 6. We'll be back with second quarter action after this timeout. Monett, Missouri. Tonight's second quarter brought to you by Wintech, with facilities in Monett and Cassville. Wintech is an employee-owned company that provides standard and custom products to multiple markets within the construction industry. Again, that's Wintech of Monett and Cassville. Well, an interesting first quarter.
Yeah, both teams have scored. Both teams have come up with stops.
Type of game that we expected between the Mustangs and the Cubs. Second down and 10 from the 19. Low snap. Martin scoops it up. Now fires it left side. And Cubs with good pursuit there as they are able to knock down Rubik after a short gain.
Casey Carr with a great open field tackle. He's had a few of those already so far early.
Gain of a couple. Brings up third down and 8, and here's one of those big plays again.
You got to account for the quarterback still here on 3rd and 8. If he feels pressure, he's going to take off. Someone's got to be there to account for him.
3rd and 8 from the 21. Ryder Martin, the quarterback. 6'2", 180. And with some speed, he's flush from the pocket, still with the ball, rolling right, and he's going to step out of bounds back at about the 19 for a loss of 2.
Yeah, he's actually going to end up taking a sack there as he runs out of bounds. Not able to get anything. Cubs had great pursuit there. Aiden Rivera kept pushing him to the boundary.
That sack brought to you by Prime Cut with great smoked meats, fresh steaks, and much, much more. Stop by 101 East Cleveland and Monett when you need a single meal or full catering.
They are great.
Yeah.
I do like Prime Cut.
So McDonald County will kick it away. A tumbling kick that is fielded at the Cub 49, returned into McDonald County's territory down to the 46.
Going to have pretty good field position to start this drive yet again for the Cubs.
A 32-yard punt, a return of 5 yards, so the Cubs will take over in McDonald County territory. Beautiful evening for football.
It was pretty hot walking in, but yeah, like you said, now it's cooled off and it feels pretty good. Sun's gone down behind the hills of Anderson, Missouri.
Dylan Washik in shotgun, has 2 receivers to the right, 3 to the left. Should be noted also, Nesserode not in there tonight as he's dinged up. Washik will fire over the middle. It's caught. First down and more. Meeks rumbling inside the 20, down inside the 10.
Yeah, another great reception by Alex Meeks. Ryder Martin tried punching the ball free, but Meeks ended up picking more yards up because of it.
A gain of 38 yards for Meeks. And another ASI first down, first and goal. Hand off to Smith. Up the middle he goes, inside the 5, down near the 1. That's a gain of 7.
Yeah, Smith just plowing his way down right before the goal line. Cubs get on the ball quickly, line up again.
And it'll be Smith again, and he's into the end zone for the score.
Antoine Smith getting on the board yet again. Just adding to his touchdown total this year.
2 touchdowns this evening, and the Cubs lead grows to 20-6. 2-point conversion upcoming. Here's Smith, and he is into the end zone. The 2-point conversion is good. That touchdown brought to you by the law offices of Randall, Mastery, and Randall. With over 80 years of experience, the team at Randall, Mastery, and Randall will handle your legal matters effectively. Call 417-235-8688. That extra point, sponsored by Home Show Pest Control. You'll get quality customer service, affordable prices, and a pest-free guarantee at Home Show Pest Control. Serving Monett and the surrounding area. Call 417-772-4177 to schedule your next visit. Cubs kickoff sponsored by Freedom Bank of Southern Missouri. With branches in 7 locations, Freedom Bank has met a wide variety of your banking needs since 1999. And a reminder that all Cubs first downs brought to you by Architectural Systems Incorporated, with locations in Monett, Aurora, and Granby. ASI is expanding. Well, that was an impressive drive.
Yeah, that was what the Cubs want to see every series. That's exactly how they draw it up.
Cubs to kick it away. A squib kick. And now flags will come out here. I wonder if the Cubs were offside.
Yeah, the kicker kind of acted like he was going to go. Then he stopped, and when he did that, the rest of the team kept going and then had to hold up. So it's going to be against the Monett.
Yeah, they're going to call it as a procedure.
So they might line. Yeah, they'll get a kick again.
I wonder, they started and then I wonder if they needed to get set again, It was just messed up from the get-go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Cubs will kick off from the 35 now. This kick, high end over end kick, down to the 25-yard line, return to the 30, to the 35, out to the 40, and to the 43. And a good return there by Rubik. Rubik gives the Mustangs good field position.
Yeah, Rubik had a nice return there, and now the Mustangs offense back on the field, a chance to try to cut in this lead. Cubs lead by 16, so Mustangs, it's a 2-possession game if they get both 2-point conversions if they score.
And boy, it's really important here for the Cubs to keep the pedal down on defense.
Yeah, you got to keep building this lead, and you want to wear the Mustangs out. Because a lot of their key guys, again, play both ways. Most Big 8 teams do. Cubs are lucky enough they don't have to do that.
Martin will throw left side. The pass caught there, and it'll be close to a first down. Good effort there by Ressler.
Yeah, he did a great job there, brought down by Henry Reed. Cubs defense has got to start winning first down to push this Mustangs offense back, give themselves some more help on second and third.
A gain of 11 on the play. And a first down for McDonald County, their 4th of the half. Ball at the Monett Cub 46-yard line as we are underway here in the second quarter. Second quarter, again, brought to you by Wintech. One wide receiver to the left, 3 to the right, as Martin will look right, throws right, and it's caught out there. Nice gain on first down by Rubik.
Aiden Rivera finishing the tackle. Josue Elias wrapping him up.
Gain of 9. Second down and 1 from the Cub 37. Clock rolls with 9:15 left here in the second quarter. Monett leads at 22-6. Looks like McDonald County trying to slow things down just a little bit.
Well, I think they were trying to get a track meet at first, and they realized very quickly they get worn out trying to match the Cubs in a track meet. That's the Cubs' style. That's what they want you to do.
Martin will work out of pistol formation with a back behind him. He will drop back to pass. Now looking to scramble, still with it, and will step out of bounds near the 35. Should be enough for another McDonald County first down.
Yeah, the Mustangs got away with a hold there, but not called, and there'll be a first down Mustangs.
Gain of 2. And the ball will be spotted down at Monett's 35-yard line. Wide receiver will split. Actually, it's more of a bunch look this time as Wrestler lines up almost like a tight end. Handoff goes to the tailback who fumbles it. He dives back on it. That's Land. Land nearly turned it over. It'll be a loss of 6 on the play.
Yeah, miscue between quarterback and running back there. Cubs get one gifted to them. It'll back up the Mustangs
to the 41. Bringing up second down and 16.
Like I said in the pregame, Cubs defense needs to make the Mustangs one-dimensional in passing situations. By doing that, you got to win first down to do that.
Second and long now as the Mustangs come out with 4 receivers. Martin takes a low snap. He's going to throw near side. Nearly a great catch out there, but it falls incomplete. But a good effort there by Wyatt Gordon.
Josue Ely's in coverage, and yeah, that would have been a heck of a one-handed catch if he brought it in. Just wasn't able to ring up third down. And now is where you want your pass rushers to be able to pin their ears back and go after the quarterback, but you can't let them just leave the pocket and no one account for him.
Absolutely, and we've seen on a couple of occasions that this quarterback can use his feet and get a first down.
This is where Camden Tolles does really well getting sacks on third and long.
Martin working on a long count, gets the snap, looks left. Now he's going to scramble. He's across the line of scrimmage, down to the 35, to the 30, and he'll have a first down. What an effort by that quarterback.
The Cubs tried to have someone to account for him in the middle, but he just beat him and then bounced it outside and picked up a first down. Impressive scramble drill by Martin.
He needed 16. He picked up 20. The 6th first down for the Mustangs. Well, that was a big play by the senior quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, that was all heart and effort.
Down to the 21-yard line. First and 10 Mustangs. Ryder Martin with Land to his left. Low snap gets away from Martin. He goes back and scoops it up. Now under pressure and will be sacked outside the 30-yard line.
That time the Cubs defense does come up with the sack as Henry Reed brings them down. Cubs defense again gets one gifted to them by the Mustangs, but they got to finish these stops.
That sack brought to you by Prime Cut with great smoked meats, fresh steaks, and much, much more.
Yeah, the snaps have been iffy a few times for the Mustangs tonight, and most of them Martin's been able to bring in, but that one got by him. He's been having to reach down and to the side all night.
So the Mustangs with it way back outside the 30. Low snap again. Martin will scramble, gets inside the 30, but knocked down at about the 28 for a gain of about 5.
Yeah, he went to do his mesh there, and the running back had already left, so then just took off. Got what he could. Bring up third down again. Cubs defense, another opportunity. Got to think 4-down territory here. So important you get a big stop here. Don't let them gain a lot of yards and make it 4th and short.
Third and about 17 here as the Mustangs need to get to the 11. The Mustangs with 3 receivers to the right and 1 to the left. Martin gets a low snap, under pressure, screen set up, and it is nearly intercepted but falls incomplete.
Yeah, Aiden Rivera almost coming up with an interception. He knows he let one get by there. Bring up 4th down. Mustangs in no man's land right now.
Well, you got to think that they'll
you got to go
for
for
it
it.
here.
But, I mean, even if you did have a kicker, it's a little too long for that, and you're 4th and very long. You got to go for it. Cubs in an obvious pass situation here on defense. They can bring in an extra defensive back, drop everyone back, keep the receivers in front of you, and account for the quarterback.
Absolutely, because this kid is good out of the backfield. 4th down and long from the Cub 28-yard line. Low snap gets away from Martin, rolls back to midfield, still on the ground, scramble for the ball, and I believe
it won't matter. The Cubs are getting the ball right there.
Yeah, the Mustangs recovered it from the 33. Actually, it was from the 28. So 22, 24-yard loss. And that goes as a negative run play.
Bad snaps were the story of that drive for the Mustangs.
And unfortunately, you give the minus yards to the guy who recovered the fumble.
And Martin now has to turn around and play defense.
Here's a swing pass to Smith, inside the 45 to the 40 and down to about the 39. That'll be a gain of 9.
Great first down play by the Cubs offense, making it 2nd and 1, just like that. They'll line up quickly, and now it's just pedal to the metal if you're the Cubs.
Empty backfield for Washik. Takes the snap. He'll roll to the right. He's going to throw deep right side. Has a man, but off his fingertips, it falls incomplete.
It was a beautiful ball off the hands of Alex Meeks. He beat his defender. If he's able to bring that one in, there's only one man to bring him down before the goal line.
Well, good play call on 2nd and short. Now on 3rd and short, you'll probably see Umfleet with a carry. And here comes Umfleet running near side. Breaks a tackle, still on his feet. And should have enough for the first down. It'll be really close.
Let's see where they spot him. It's going to depend on that. Well, looks like they mark him short. Hopefully, kind of need to explode just a little bit more on that one to pick it up. But, I mean, from the spot of the ball, it looks like a first down almost.
That's 4th and 1. It'll be Smith on 4th down. He'll pick up the first down as he spins his way down near the 36-yard line for a gain of 3.
That'll pick it up for the Cubs.
Another ASI first down. Washik back to pass, will throw deep right side, and the pass is incomplete.
Not able to reel it in. Alex Meeks, the intended receiver again. Cubs have loved that kind of out and up, a little wheel route from the inside guy. It's been there all night, multiple occasions.
And they've just missed on the last 2. 2nd down and 10 from the 37. Here's Smith running to the 35, to the 30. Breaks a tackle, still on his feet, and drives down near the 15.
That's Corbin Sanderson finally bringing him down. Smith was dragging him for multiple yards.
That was a gain of 22. And there is a timeout on the field. We'll take one as well. 4:43 left, 2nd quarter. Monett leads it 22-6. Back after this. By WinTech. If you're interested in becoming an employee owner with a growing and thriving company, visit their website at wintechinc.com. Click on the Careers tab, and you'll see current openings at WinTech. Hey, who would have thought this? 12 rushes by Antoine Smith in the first half.
And people say Coach Mock doesn't run the ball.
Yeah, well, tonight,
He said, watch this.
Yeah, the Cubs have run it 19 times there in the first half.
And they've done it well.
1st and 10 for the Cubs from the 17-yard line. Swing pass, right side, Umfleet cuts it up to the 15, to the 10, and down near the 5 for another ASI first down.
Wrestler finally brings him out of bounds. And if you remember last year in the Mount Vernon game, the Cubs ran an out route like that, but it was behind the line of scrimmage, backwards pass, and then Umfleet threw it. You could still see that this year. I bet it's still in the playbook.
1st and goal from the 5. Handoff to Smith. Zigzags to the right, angles to the cone, touchdown Cubs.
Make that his 3rd one of the night for Mr. Antoine Smith.
5 yards out.
That's 3 straight touchdowns by Antoine.
Cub lead grows, and they will go for 2. Handoff to Smith. As he'll run it to the right, stretches it out, looking for room, and is knocked down. A flag comes out. This could be a holding call on the Cubs, but it appears that the 2-point conversion will be no good. 4:30 left here in the second. Cubs lead at 28-6. Back with more action after this. Center, they proudly serve the Southwest Missouri region with compassionate behavioral health services. The upcoming kickoff brought to you by Freedom Bank of Southern Missouri with branches in 7 locations. Freedom Bank has met a wide variety of your banking needs since 1999. Big return from the Mustangs. This could be a score. Down the left sideline to the 20, to the 10, to the house. Touchdown.
And the Mustangs strike back just like that. That's number 18, J.W. Riley.
He scores from what appears to be about 65 yards.
And that's a momentum switch the Mustangs needed.
Man, he was shot out of a cannon and really went untouched.
Well, now you know why the Cubs have been onside kicking all night.
Yeah.
Here comes the 2-point try for the Mustangs.
They're saying a 70-yarder. I missed 5 yards as I was reading the ad coming back from commercial. So the lead now trimmed to 28-12.
The great Benji Finsky, 5 yards off.
Yes. Not the last time. Definitely not the first time. 2-point conversion. Throw is incomplete.
They'll get a retry on that. Cubs ran on a guy late. He'll be caught off sides. That's what the flag's for. So they'll get another attempt even closer.
So that'll be half the distance to the goal on the Cubs. Well, legal substitution is what that'll be.
Yep. I mean, that ball was snapped. The defender was just past the 10.
Kind of hard to hide out there.
No, and the ball went right to him.
Yeah. Just in case the officials. That only works in some places where you have somebody on the sidelines.
Oh, I wonder where you could possibly be thinking of.
Well, I'm not sure. Here's another try at the 2-point conversion. Quarterback will run it himself. He's hit and knocked down short of the goal line. The 2-point conversion is no good.
And
go ahead.
That was great pursuit by the defensive line there, getting down. I believe that was Camden Tolles.
4:19 left here in the second. Cubs lead at 28-12. Back after this timeout. Back to action here at Anderson. A return by Umfleet from the 30 out to about the 47. The Cubs will have good field position as they start this drive.
Fegan with the tackle. And yeah, Benji, your comment, it's all allegedly, unless it's proven.
True. That's true.
Uncalled is allegedly.
First and 10 for the Cubs from their own 47.
Cubs look to answer now. Eli Robinson coming into the game at receiver.
Washik will work in an empty backfield with 3 receivers to the left and 2 to the right. Dillon gets a high snap, back to pass. Now Rose to the right under pressure. He's going to throw it late and out of bounds. It's incomplete.
Good coverage by the Mustangs on that play to force 2nd and 10.
I tell you, one of the difference a year makes, though, with Dylan Washik. You know, he just seems much more comfortable even when a play breaks down.
That internal clock's been better this year. He had the one mishap earlier in the game, but since then he's been pretty solid as he has been all year.
2nd and 10, Washik will throw the slant, and it is intercepted. Intercepted by the Mustangs. The return to the 45 to the 40 and down near the Cub 35. There is a flag. I think it was on the return, and this will cost the Mustangs some yardage, but they may end up with the ball.
Jake O'Brien with the interception. Sights there to finally bring him down after a big return. We'll find out if it stands.
I think that flag came out well after the interception. It is going to be a penalty. Only the 4th interception of the season for Washik, and he's first since week 1.
Yeah, the defender was just kind of right there, though, in his back pedal, and then immediately went up and got it.
And that penalty is going to cost McDonald County 15 yards.
Well,
Yeah, and that penalty brought to you by Adrenaline Apparel and Design. High-quality screen printing and much, much more delivered when you need it. 1st and 10 Mustangs from their own 49-yard line. Martin back to pass with plenty of time. Now looking to scramble. Breaks a tackle but can elude the second guy. Knocked down after a gain of about 5.
Henry Reed with the tackle. And yeah, if you're going to tackle Martin, you really got to make sure you wrap up because when he takes off, he's gone.
2nd down, 5 for the Mustangs. 3:30 left here in the second quarter. Cubs lead at 28-12.
Momentum has flipped all of a sudden after that big kickoff return.
3 receivers wide to the left, 1 to the right. Martin takes the snap, short pass left side as Robeck makes the catch, but he is knocked down short of the first down.
Aiden Rivera with the tackle. Bring up 3rd down.
There's a gain of about 3 on the play. Rubeck now with 4 catches for 34 yards. 3rd down and 2. As we roll inside 2:45 left here in the first half. Martin will work out of the shotgun, tailback to his left. Back to pass, throws near side. Pass is caught, the ball comes out, scooped by the Cubs. The Cubs will have the return into McDonald County territory.
August Black with the fumble recovery. He almost lost it, but able to come up with it. If he would have picked it up cleanly initially, he was probably gone. But the Cubs defense forces a turnover and gets it right back for their offense in good field position.
Yeah, the turnover gives it to the Cubs. That was caught, I believe, by Wrestler out here on the near side who coughed it up. And Monett, with plenty of time, 2:27 left, takes over at the McDonald County 33-yard line. So a big opportunity here for Monett as they look to expand their first half lead. Washik straight back to pass with plenty of time. Now he'll roll to the right, still looking downfield. He's going to fire it deep down the right side, and it is intercepted.
He forced that one in double coverage. And I believe that's Ryder Martin that came up with the interception, getting one right back for his team.
Okay, I understand one announcer's jinx, but 2 in a row? Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he forced that one.
And right as I said, the Mustangs have momentum. They fumbled. We got 3.
Yes, and now McDonald County has the momentum again.
Oh, you trying? I don't know if it works intentionally.
It's 1st and 10 for the Mustangs at their own 10-yard line. Martin will throw on 1st down. Slant pass is caught. Lots of running room to the 30, to the 40. Cuts it back. He may go the distance. 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, touchdown.
That's Wrestler. He took off, made a nice move, and the Mustangs strike just like that. We've seen about everything in this game already. That's his 2nd touchdown of the day.
Wrestler from 90.
That'll help his stat column.
Yeah, it will.
Here comes the 2-point try. This is a big one for the Mustangs.
Yeah, the lead down to 10.
They're trying to make it one possession if they get in here. If the Cubs hold, it would keep it a 2-possession game with only 1:59 remaining in the first half.
Martin will work out of the shotgun. There is a flag delay on McDonald County. It cost them 5 yards. That penalty brought to you by Adrenaline Apparel and Design. The Cubs have thoroughly dominated the first half except for some major plays.
Yeah,
big
but
plays.
those major plays ended up as touchdowns.
Yeah, a long kickoff return for a score and a 90-yard touchdown pass on really what was about a 6 or 7 yard slant. Cubs will go, the Mustangs will go for 2 here. Quarterback rolling to the right, throws into the end zone, and it is incomplete. And the score will remain 28-18. We'll be back with more second quarter action after this timeout. We owe you a station identification. You're listening to the Monett Cubs on KKBL 95.9 FM in Monett, Missouri. 1:59 left here in the second quarter. McDonald County with back-to-back scores. They've cut the lead down to 28-18.
Not getting that 2-point conversion really hurts them, keeping it a 2-score game.
Kickoff is in the air, angling to the far side. Hits and goes out of bounds. So the Cubs will take over at the 35.
We're in that important 8 now for both these teams. You want to win the last 4 minutes of the second and the first 4 of the third.
Well, right now,
Mustangs
are winning the middle 8.
Yep. And the Cubs had a 28-6 lead at one point. Now just a 10-point game.
Ball will be spotted down at the 35.
Washington just needs to have short-term memory now. Shake that one off. Completely forget about it. You threw 2 in a row. It's fine. Live to fight another day. You're still up 10. This is the only drive that matters.
Back to pass. Screen pass up the middle to Umfleet. He's hit and dropped after a short gain. Picks up a couple.
Mustangs all over that screen play. They were waiting for it.
Second down and about 7 from the 38-yard line. Washik gets the snap, throws it right side Smith. Smith makes one man miss at the 35, still on his feet to the 40. Cuts it back to the 45 and out near midfield.
They finally dragged down Antoine Smith. He was just making defenders miss, dancing around, then picks up the first down.
Another ASI first down for the Cubs to the 48-yard line with 1:20 left here before halftime.
Plenty of time for the Cubs offense.
Swing pass to Umfleet. He is hit in the backfield and will go out of bounds. All sorts of flags here.
And Umfleet's down.
Oh, you don't want to see that.
I mean, he took a shot and then just kind of jogged the sideline. Something was wrong immediately.
Couple flags here. I think there's going to be a holding penalty on the Cubs.
I don't know if he got the wind knocked out of him.
It was kind of an odd play because Seitz was locked up with a D-back trying to throw a block out there, and Umfleet kind of ran into the pile there, and then when he bounced out, he just basically stepped out of bounds and then went down. I think he either got the wind knocked out of him or got hit in a delicate spot.
Unfun place.
Is a holding penalty on the Cubs. They're going to decline it. And the reception will be a loss of 4 to Umfleet.
Hopefully he's able to come back quickly and be all right. I think he will be. He's walking under his own power. So for sure have to come out of play, though, since the stoppage in action.
And the Cubs will face second down and 14 from their own 44-yard line. Still over a minute left here. Minute 14 seconds to be exact.
And the way both teams have been playing, there could be a lot happen in that minute 18 or 14.
Washik will sprint roll to the right. Now he is going to throw it late, and it is caught out there. Should be enough for a Cub first down.
Yeah, Braden Seitz reels it in. Washik did a good job baiting the defenders up, acted like he was going to run. They both bit, and then he threw it over him. That's where as defenders you got to talk who's taking quarterback.
First and 10, another ASI first down for the Cubs. They have it at McDonald County's 38-yard line. Dylan Washik takes the snap, back to pass, screen pass set up. It's caught. That's Meeks. First down and more as he gets a gain of 11.
Yeah, Alex Meeks with the reception, adding to his total. And they will move the chains. Timeout, Monett.
That timeout brought to you by Shelter Insurance Agent Andy Brandt. Stop by the office to get a free quote today. Stand behind Andy Brandt's shield of shelter. 56.4 seconds left. Cubs called their first timeout of the half, if memory serves me right.
Benji, since I said the game has already had everything, there has been 3 turnovers.
Yeah.
And multiple big plays for the Mustangs. Now the Cubs trying to answer.
Boy, how big would this be, Ryan, if they were able to get a score here before halftime?
This would be big. Mustangs get the ball to start the second half, so you want to add to your lead now if you're the Cubs. Go in with more than a 10-point lead, because if Mustangs get the ball first and you don't score here and they go score, all of a sudden that scoreboard's a lot tighter.
Yes.
And they got all the momentum.
Right now you'd like to see the Cubs score and go in with a larger lead. We'll see what happens here in the final 56 seconds of the half.
If the Cubs can score and get the 2, that would give them a 3-possession lead, getting them up 18. If they get stopped on the 2, it would make it a 16-point game and only a 2-possession.
Washik will work out of the shotgun. takes the snap, looks to the left, now scrambles to the right, cuts it up. He's going to take it himself. He'll have the first down and more down inside the 15.
And that's probably Dylan's longest rush of the season so far, I'd bet. He doesn't usually scramble too often, but that was a good job by him that time, getting the first down and getting out of bounds.
A gain of 14, and I would venture to say that that is his longest run. Down to the 13-yard line. You know, you might see him do that more and more, too.
Well, his defenders kind of lay back because they don't expect him to run because he really hasn't often. Now a wildcat formation.
And it sights it, and that running left. He's inside the 10 and down to about the 3, and here comes a flag. Well, that would have been a gain of almost 10 yards, but I think it's going to come back.
Here's the call.
Yeah, it's a hold against the Cubs. It'll cost them 10.
Penalties, Benji.
And remember earlier, a penalty took points off the board for the Cubs, or their lead would be even larger.
Antoine Smith now will come back in the game.
And once they start throwing them,
they don't stop.
They don't stop. It's going to bring up 1st and 15 from the 18-yard line. Spot infraction. Washik back to pass, sets it up the screen to Smith, who pounds his way down to about the 9-yard line for a gain of 9.
Cubs love running that screen with the running backs. It'll be another timeout for the Cubs.
And again, timeouts sponsored by Shelter Insurance Agent Andy Brandt. Andy will make sure you get the right coverage at the right price. Call or text 417-235-5603 to request a free quote. A reminder, second quarter tonight brought to you by Wintech. If you're interested in becoming an employee owner with a growing and thriving company, visit their website at wintechinc.com. Click on the Careers tab, and you'll see current openings. Yeah, they love that middle screen to their backs. You know, that and the bubble screens to the wide receivers.
Offense comes back on the field. See what they're able to draw up with 28 seconds.
Cubs lead at 28-18. And they have it second down and about 7 from the 10-yard line. Washik turns and looks to the sideline to get the play call in. Washik is going to run it himself, for crying out loud. What's going on? He'll have a first down.
Well, nobody expected that one, that's for sure, and Washik picks up another nice gain there. Hey, you said we might see it more. I don't think you had that in mind.
That wasn't even a quarterback draw. That was just like a lead play. He took the snap and just went
head
up
down.
The middle. He hasn't run the ball like that all season long.
He didn't run the ball like that. That's the first in his career that he's ran the ball like that. And even if you recall his freshman year, the Cubs are more of a option team. And even when he was in the game, he started the Seneca game, they threw the ball in that one.
Yeah, you're right. Well, that seemed like 100 years ago now.
And that's a completely different team now that's down there.
Well, it's 1st and goal for the Cubs. Now they've called their final timeout. And again, timeout's brought to you by Shelter Insurance Agent Andy Brandt. Stand behind Andy, shield of shelter. So now,
if you get stopped, you got to
go. You got to go.
You either clock it or you got to get on the ball, snap, and have a play. I mean, you are in Antoine Smith territory if you wanted to run it.
Yeah, but he's not in the backfield. He's lined up as a slot man on the right side. Washik will bring him into motion now, and he'll set up as the I-back. And here comes Smith, who's hit and breaks one tackle, still on his feet, struggling forward, and he did not get in. No gain on the play.
And the Cubs got to go. Clock rolling now, under 11 seconds. They're on the ball. They're snapping it. And the clock will stop now. Whistles blow.
Yeah, once the call here, timeout on the play. Or, yeah.
I believe it's timeout from Mac.
Okay, timeout for Mac.
They didn't like the design, I guess. because their coach was sprinting down the sideline.
Was that Hoover?
I believe so.
All right.
He can still move.
Okay, here's the deal. 10 seconds left. If you throw the ball, you have time for two plays. You know, if you run the ball, you better score.
What's the ball on?
I think it's at the 2 still.
2.
Maybe the 3. It looks like the 3. How about a bubble screen?
Yeah, I might try to throw one. If I don't get it, there's only time for one play. I might run it. I trust Antoine Smith.
Well, I don't know. I might come back against my bubble screen. If you throw it, I would hope the Cubs would throw it into the end zone.
Yeah, if you're going to throw it, it has to be in the end zone. That would give you time for a pass and then a run on third down.
So there's exactly 10 seconds left.
Colin is back in the game now. Good to see he's doing okay.
He'll line up as a slot to the left. Washik out of the shotgun. Back to pass. He rolls to the right. He throws to the right. It is incomplete, and that's a good thing for the Cubs because he was not in the end zone.
No, that ball went across the plane, so 6 seconds on the clock.
There might be time for 2 more plays.
If you throw it quickly, you could.
Well, one thing you're not going to see is a field goal attempt.
I'm shocked there'll be another timeout here. I'm shocked we've not seen a Packers where you have Umfleet and Smith in the backfield together. Just no quarterback, just those two by the goal line. Defenses would hate it.
And keep in mind that Umfleet has thrown the ball.
And he's been able to throw the ball. And like I said last year, they keep throwing those out routes to him now. Last year they did that, but it was more backwards, and then he threw a touchdown against Mount Vernon. He's a gadget player, like I told you.
And we've seen him do that on 2-point conversions.
Yes.
Which is about where they are in the field.
Yeah, now, I mean, the Cubs have a lot of 2-point plays. You call your favorite one right now.
Hopefully they've talked to the officials to make sure they know it's a legal play.
Yeah, you might have someone line up the sideline to sideline. That's all in the rule books. You're allowed to do that in the field of play.
I didn't go there. I did not go there. Okay, it's 3rd and goal from the 3.
Sometimes defenses don't see that guy.
That's right. Pivotal play in this game.
Yeah, this
right
is
here.
A big one now. 6 seconds left.
Washik out of the shotgun. Takes the snap. Going to throw a slant pattern. It is a touchdown, Cubs.
That's Alex Meeks with the touchdown catch with 1.4 on the clock.
3 yards out.
Big 2-point conversion attempt now for the Cubs.
Meeks able to get in front of that defensive back and made the catch. And, boy, you couldn't have used the clock any better than the Cubs did there. 2-point conversion. Washik will throw the same pass with the same success. The 2-point conversion is good. That touchdown brought to you by the law offices of Randall, Massery, and Randall. Call 417-235-8688 for all your legal and title service needs. The extra point sponsored by Home Shield Pest Control. Serving Monett and the surrounding area. Call 417-772-4177 to schedule your next visit. The upcoming kickoff sponsored by Freedom Bank of Southern Missouri with branches in 7 locations. Freedom Bank has met a wide variety of your banking needs since 1999.
And Benji, do not kick it deep.
Squib it.
Or onside. Anything. Kick it out of bounds.
Yeah. Squib it.
Squib it. It'll take it to the end of the half.
Ball is teed up at the 40. And the kick is a low line drive kick that is knocked down. And he is on his knee trying to lateral, and that should take us to halftime. We'll let them clear things out here, but I believe we have reached intermission. Yes, we have. Our score to halftime, the Monett Cubs doubling up the Mustangs. It's Monett 36, McDonald County 18. We'll be back with the RE/MAX halftime show after this timeout. show. Talent wins games, but teamwork wins championships. The same can be said when you buy or sell a home in the Monett area. And RE/MAX, the team has that covered. It's time for tonight's prize giveaway. Silver Dollar City, along with the Talon Sports Network and the Children's Smile Center in Aurora, have teamed up to send you on a Silver Dollar City adventure. Thousands of local families covered by Medicaid have been turning to Children's Smile Center for many years to get quality dental care for their children. If your child is covered by Medicaid, contact Children's Smile Center for an appointment. They will treat you like family. So here at halftime, you need to be the first to call 417-489-2277 and say the halftime score. Monett 36, McDonald County 18. Again, it's 36-18, and you'll receive a one-day pass for two during the 25 season to Silver Dollar City. Good luck to all of our listeners, and a reminder, if you've won in previous weeks, you cannot win a second time. Again, 417-489-2277 and say the halftime score 36-18. It's time to take a look at the scoring summary here in the first half. It's been busy. We expected a shootout, and we're getting it. I'll turn it over to Ryan McCullough at this point, and he'll recap first half scoring.
Yeah, the Mustangs and Cubs have been having some fun games the past few years, and this one's been no different. Cubs lead it, but we'll get it started at the 10:05 mark in the first quarter. Colin Umpley would have an 11-yard touchdown catch. He would also get the two-point conversion as well, making the Cubs up 8-0. The Mustangs would respond quickly, 9-16 in the first. Brody Ressler would have his first touchdown catch, and a failed two-point conversion made it 8-6. Then the Cubs would strike again. Antoine Smith would get it going with a 1-yard touchdown run, making it 14-6. Antoine Smith would score yet again in the second quarter this time, a 1-yard touchdown run again, making it 22-6 after a two-point conversion as well. At the 4:30 mark in the second quarter as well, Antoine Smith would score his third touchdown in a row, 5 yards out, making it 28-6. Then the Mustangs would strike back. J.W. Riley would have a 70-yard kickoff return, and that would really get the Mustangs momentum going, making it 28-12. Then Brody Ressler would score again, this time a 90-yard touchdown reception, making it 28-18. Then, with just a second left in the half, Alex Meeks would catch a touchdown from 3 yards out. Then he did the two-point conversion as well, making your halftime score, the Monett Cubs 36, the McDonald County Mustangs 18.
Thank you, sir. We're going to slip away here from some of our sponsors, and we will come back with tonight's area scoreboard as the RE/MAX halftime show rolls on. Back after this timeout. halftime show. The team at RE/MAX knows the market, area schools, and local communities, both as agents and as neighbors. Reach out to RE/MAX to find the perfect agent to meet your specific needs. Tonight's halftime scoreboard is brought to you by MetaPlans Plus, certified to offer Medicare and Marketplace plans in Missouri, Kansas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Illinois, and in Michigan. I'll turn it over to you, Ryan, to take a look at what's going on in Southwest Missouri.
Yeah, we're going to start outside the conference, and then we'll work our way in because the Big 8 is having a fun night, as it seems to do a lot. We'll start it with Republic leading Joplin 24-10. Republic, they're looking good. I mean, that program's really started to build well for them. Stratford, a familiar opponent with the Cubs, they lead Reed Springs at the half, 13-6. So good to see the Indians start to kind of put it together this year. Clever plays tomorrow, so we don't have a score for them, Benji. Neosho, Wildcats up 28-19 over Webb City at the half. That could be a fun one brewing. That's an upset to be watching right now. Now we'll switch over to the Cubs district. Carl Junction at Hillcrest, who's 0-4. Carl Junction 3-1, tied up at the half, 14 all. They're deadlocked. Rogersville, West Plains, 7-6. It's a fun one there as well. Bolivar at Marshfield, that's a big district game. Cubs fans are going to keep their eye on. Bolivar 1-3, Marshfield 3-1. They're deadlocked at 14 at the half. Another great game going on there. Now we'll switch to the Big 8. Seneca, they're being Seneca. They're up 43-7 over the Hound Dogs at the half. Nevada up 20-0 over East Newton at halftime. Here are the fun scores, Benji. Cassville leads Harrisonville 28-14 in the third quarter. There's a shocker going on there. Lamar at Mount Vernon. Tom Cox and the boys picked up their first win last week. They're up 14-0 over the Lamar Tigers right now. The Lamar quarterback has been out of the game since the first quarter.
Wow.
So that one could be a fun one as well. Also right now, college football, Virginia leads Florida State in the third quarter. The undefeated Seminoles. Seminoles, I'm struggling. Yeah. Virginia leads them 28-21 in the third.
Wow. Well, Virginia is playing better
Cavaliers,
football.
They got a good team.
They really are. And we'll take a look at some college games here in a couple of minutes. So thank you very much, Ryan, for the area scoreboard. Again, brought to you by MetaPlans Plus. A reminder that your Monett Cubs broadcast team is sponsored by A-List Properties. For all your real estate needs, their team will work hard for you and your family. Taking a look at first half stats and tonight's contest. First of all, for the visiting Cubs, here's news. 23 rushes in the first half for the Cubs for 95 yards. 22 completions on 35 attempts for 239 yards. Total yardage in the first half, 334 unofficially. 19 first downs for the Cubs, 2 turnovers, 2 interceptions on back-to-back throws from Washik. No fumbles lost in the first half, 6 penalties for 37 yards, and again, no punts for the Cubs. For McDonald County, they rushed the ball 13 times for net 4 yards. Now, they were hurt by some errant snaps that really cost them some yardage, but the Cubs defense playing well up front. The Mustangs 9 of 14 throwing the ball for 191. That was aided by a 90-yard touchdown play in the second quarter. So the Mustangs with 195 yards of total offense. McDonald County put together 7 first downs. They had 1 turnover, a lost fumble, 3 penalties for 33 yards, and 1 punt for 32 yards. Individually for the Monett Cubs, they're led on the ground by Antoine Smith. He has 68 yards in the first half and 3 scoring touchdowns. Receiving tonight, Alex Meeks with 79 yards on 4 catches. Umfleet was 63 on 7 catches. Sides 46 yards on 5 catches. Antoine Smith 51 yards on 6 catches. At halftime, the Cubs leading by 18. It's Monett 36, McDonald County 18. We will be back with more of the RE/MAX halftime show after this timeout. halftime show, come see the team at Remax, located at 855 Highway 60 in Monett. Well, we have a winner for this week's giveaway, Steve McCullough. Congratulations, Steve.
He tried last week, came up short.
Came up short last week? He came through this week big time?
About time.
Who's he going to take?
My mom.
That'll work.
I'm busy. I'm a busy guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm an academic scholar at Pitt State.
There you go.
I'm a student.
That's right.
I got homework. We're an academic institution.
Yes, I get that. Hey, we're at halftime here at McDonald County, 36-18. The Cubs lead it. We're going to turn our attention to college football for just a few minutes. You guys let me back in last week.
Yeah, I had a bad week.
Irwin and Ryan last week, 4 of 10 on their past picks. I was 6 of 10. So after 4 weeks, you're still in the lead, Ryan. 21 correct guesses, and Irwin and I at 20 apiece. So we're nipping at your tail. This week, we picked some interesting games. Notre Dame at Arkansas. All 3 of us went with the Fighting Irish.
I was tempted to go Arkansas last week, but after watching what happened at Memphis, I'm fully off the Sam Pittman train, as I have been for a while.
LSU at Ole Miss. And Sam Pittman, by the way, a former Pitt State player.
He is.
LSU at Ole Miss. You and I went with Ole Miss. Irwin went with the Bengal Tigers.
The reason I go Ole Miss there is Lane Kiffin's daughter, dating an LSU linebacker. Lane Kiffin tweeted, "Take the over." He's going to light up the scoreboard.
There you go. Alabama at Georgia. We all went with the Bulldogs.
Blackout in Athens.
Yeah, it's going to be a heck of a game. Remember last year, it was a blowout at halftime.
And then Georgia came storming back. Alabama scores. They win, and Tuscaloosa was crazy.
BYU at Colorado. We all went with BYU in that one. They're a ranked team. Auburn at Texas A&M. All 3 of us went with A&M.
Aggies looking good.
USC at Illinois. Irwin and I went with the Trojans. You went with the Fighting Irish.
I have logic. This game is going to be a 8 a.m. local kick for USC. It's at Illinois. And so the Trojans are going from the latest game in the schedule last week to the earliest game in the schedule this week. I'm taking the Illini.
And the Illini is coming off a game that they got beat by 100.
That did happen, but you know what? Brett Vilma's going to have those boys ready. They were embarrassed last week. They're going to come out with a chip on their shoulder.
Pittsburgh hosting Louisville. Irwin and I agreed with Louisville. You went with Pitt, playing at home.
I went with them playing at home.
UCF at Kansas State. You went with UCF. Irwin and I went with Kansas State. Kansas State has not been playing good football.
No, and I almost took them because at some point it just feels like they have to do something because it's Kansas State, but I've yet to see it, and I'll take Scott Frost and the Golden Knights.
Now, UCF playing with a heavy heart. They lost an assistant coach last week, I think,
yes.
So, our thoughts go out to them as well. Oregon at Penn State. All of us went with the Fighting Ducks.
At wideout, too, at Penn State. Scary one, but Penn State actually doesn't have a great record for the wideout game because they always schedule for the biggest opponent.
Yeah.
And I think Oregon Ducks and Dan Lanning going to come in ready to go.
And I had to pick Oregon because Oregon is my wife's favorite team.
What's the logic?
What's the logic?
Uniforms?
She likes the duck.
She likes the duck. The duck is the one.
And uniforms.
It's an iconic mascot. That duck is awesome.
I'm telling you, she just likes the way they play, and she really likes their head coach.
Dan Lanning's a good guy.
And there's a lot of times she'll pick teams based upon the character of the head coach.
All right.
So, now she didn't make picks during the Barry Switzer era or any of those guys. Jimmy Johnson or any of those. But, she does like
Brent Venables?
No, I don't think she's gone there yet either.
We'll talk her into it.
We'll see. We'll put Oklahoma on the schedule again. And then finally TCU at Arizona. You and Irwin went with the Horned Frogs. I went with the Sun Devils.
The Horned Frogs seem to got their swagger back from a few years ago. I like their quarterback, Mr. Hoover. He's pretty good. He's been throwing the ball well. Arizona State looked a little off this year so far. They're trying to find their rhythm. But that one should be a fun one. Coach Dillingham trying to get them going, and Coach Dykes got TCU rocking.
All right, now, Ryan, let's get our attention back to high school football here. Cubs lead at 36-18. You think a sizable lead, but we saw McDonald County score a couple touchdowns just like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was quick. Both these teams could score in one play from anywhere on the field.
So we're still in that middle 8, and these next 4 minutes go a long way to tell us if it's going to be a tight game or if the Cubs could run away with it. So this initial drive here in the second half is big for both teams.
And Mustangs ball to start it, so they'll have the opportunity to strike first.
And, we've seen their quarterback do it with his arm and his feet. And, a couple big plays. The Cubs would be sitting really pretty if they would take away 2 major plays. And I know you can't do that, but a kickoff return for a score and a 90-yard touchdown reception. But you take those back, and the Cubs are setting up by about 30.
Yeah, but they happen, and that's always the famous quote, if, should, and coulda.
Yeah.
It didn't happen, and so you're in the situation.
If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. So
former coach Benji Finsky.
There you go. And I would say that on occasion, sitting on the sideline during basketball games. So, miss a layup, miss a free throw, I'd say, if we'd have made that, and then I'd remind myself. It doesn't always happen.
My favorite's when coaches lose by a couple scores, and they're like, oh, we're 5 plays away from being undefeated. And you're like, well, you're 1-3, so.
And I hear college coaches say that a lot.
Yes, it annoys me a lot because I'm like, well, it didn't happen.
But, a lot of these analysts that are out there say the same things. They're 3 plays away from being undefeated. Well,
they're not.
They're last in their conference. Well, it's been a good first half. We hope the Cubs can put together another 2 good quarters here as they lead at 36-18. We're just seconds away from the second half kickoff. The third quarter tonight brought to you by Cork Cattle Company, one-stop shop for all your Hereford, Black Angus, and Charolais genetic needs. Cork Cattle Company, located 1/2 mile south of Interstate 44, 8 miles north of Pierce City on Highway 97. Again, thank you for listening to the RE/MAX Monett Halftime Show. Come see the team at RE/MAX, located at 855 Highway 60 in Monett. And congratulations to our lucky listener tonight, Steve. Congratulations. And
he's listening every week.
Every week.
I could see an onside kick here. Cubs love that, and we'll see what coaches were able to do in the locker room to make adjustments.
And here is a low line drive kick that's fielded by McDonald County at the 43, and that's where they'll set it up 1st and 10.
Mustangs offense now will jog on the field. It's important for the Cubs defense. They've got to start winning first down if they want to force the Mustangs to pass. The Mustangs are already down by 18 points, so they're going to have to start taking chances at some point, but you got to get into that scenario where it's a forced. Right now, the Mustangs can still run the ball and do what they want. You got to make them one-dimensional here if you're the Cubs defense. That's where they'll be at their best.
I think, honestly, Ryan, if the Mustangs going to get back in this one, it's going to be through the air. 1st and 10 for the Mustangs. Martin out of the shotgun. He's going to keep it himself as he cuts it upfield and gets into Cub territory for a nice gain on 1st down.
Yeah, shaking off Cubs defenders, puts up a nice scamper. Martin getting his legs back.
Picked up 9 yards on the play.
He's an agile fella.
And he comes in and at 6'2", 180, but he's got some good speed as well.
Also has an interception on defense.
Well-rounded athlete. 2nd down and 1 for the Mustangs from the 47. Low snap again. And a whistle stops action here.
And I believe that was on the far side receiver wrestler because his hands were already on his helmet. I mean, he knew he was guilty. He fully admitted.
That penalty brought to you by Adrenaline Apparel and Design. It'll cost McDonald County 5 yards. Bring up 2nd down and 6 from the Mustang 48-yard line. Just underway here in the third quarter. The Cubs lead at 36-18. Martin takes the snap. He looks left. Now he's going to run it up the middle and is greeted there by a host of tacklers. He leans to the 49-yard line for a gain of 3.
Tackle was made by Joshua Hessman.
Boy, those purple numbers on those white uniforms look wonderful.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, but you've done pretty good tonight picking them out.
Yeah, I'm there. 3rd and 3.
Still got it.
Martin out of the shotgun, takes the snap. He fakes a give. Now he's going to run it himself. He'll have the first down and more down to the Cub 40-yard line.
And Martin's jersey's ripped on the side. You can clearly see through. His jersey's been ripped by one of the Cubs defenders.
Mustangs now have 8 first downs in the game. Ball at the 40. And now all of a sudden, I said they need to throw the ball. Looks like Martin's trying to put the team on his back and do some running.
Well, they needed to get some sort of running game open to open up the pass more.
Yeah, you're right. You run so you can throw later. Clock rolls inside. 11 minutes left here in the third quarter. McDonald County with it. 1st and 10 at the Cub 40. Low snap and a jet sweep running near side. Broken tackle by Wrestler, but he is knocked down in the backfield, and a flag comes out late.
We'll see what the call is. If that's on the tackle. And he's pointing at the Cubs.
It's going to be a face mask. 5-yard face mask. I didn't really see that face mask, but it must have been late in the play.
I figured it was on the tackle, but I was not sure exactly what. Because that's just when it was thrown, right as the tackle was made.
Yeah, it's going to bring up. Is it still first? Yeah, it's 1st and 8. 5-yard infraction against the Cubs. So an inadvertent face mask. Martin will work out of the shotgun. He takes the snap, and he gives to his tailback running left, and he pounds down to the 35. That's Land.
Yeah, Cubs defense has to wrap up there when you have them in the backfield. You got to make sure you get your hands wrapped around them. Can't arm tackle. Casey Carr finally brings him down.
Well, the Mustangs have come out with a desire to run. And they're kind of doing that run-pass option, aren't they, with their quarterback?
Yeah, and he's doing it well. And that's what the Mustangs have been doing the last about 8 years since Kellen Hoover arrived there as the head coach. That's the style he plays.
2nd down and a long 4 here. The ball at the 35-yard line.
It's a very balanced attack.
Martin gets a high snap. He's back to pass, fires it, and it is broken up, incomplete.
Yeah, it was thrown a little bit behind the intended receiver and then broken up by Curis.
It's going to bring up 3rd down and about 5.
Big 3rd down here for the Cubs defense. They got to find a way to either get this line of scrimmage or a tackle for loss. 4-down territory for the Mustangs here.
3 receivers wide to the right, 1 to the left. Single back beside the quarterback, Martin. Ryder takes the snap, and he'll throw it near side, and it is incomplete.
So that'll bring up 4th and 5 now. Just could not connect. Quarterback and receiver there.
4th down and 5. I was just going to tell you, they're going into the 4th quarter at Neosho. Wildcats up 35-33.
Whoa.
Yeah. So that one's going to the wire. Yep, 35-33. I have a scout up there. 4th and 5. And the Mustangs will go forward here. Martin takes the snap. He's going to roll to the right. Under pressure, and down he goes.
Cubs defense did a great job containing the edge there. Didn't let him get to the boundary. And then Camden Tolles comes up with the sack.
That sack brought to you by Prime Cut with great smoked meats, fresh steaks, and much, much more. Stop by 101 East Cleveland in Monett. And that stop brought to you by Heritage Tractor with equipment ranging from utility tractors to recreational vehicles. Heritage Tractor, working hard to find the right product for you so the Cubs take over on downs.
That was a big stop for the Cubs defense on the initial drive. Cubs running a receiver onto the field now.
9:47 left here in 3rd.
That's Michael Diaz.
Washik back to pass, throws right side, and it is caught but out of bounds.
Yeah, Meeks and Washik not able to connect in the field of play. Bring up 2nd and 10.
Man, that ball was from the left hash mark to the right sideline, about 15 yards down the field. He threw that one 50 yards or more. What a strong arm kid. 1st and 10. Washik. Swing pass goes to Umfleet at the 40 to the 45. Still on his feet, breaks the tackle, now cuts it against the grain. Still on his feet, he retreats, needs to pick up a block, and now a flag comes out, and that turned into a mess real quick as he lost about 6 yards and went back to the original line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he was trying to reverse field. Great pursuit by the Mustangs defense. Staying with them, and we'll see what the flag is here. Could be a loss for the Cubs.
It's going to be a hold on the Cubs. We'll see. That's a personal foul. Was that like a blindside hit, I guess? So
which, when you reverse field, tends to happen.
So that's going to be a 15-yard penalty. It's at the end of the play. Is that where they're going to take it from? Is it going to be 2nd down? Help me with a yardage marker here.
I believe it should be 2nd because it was during the play. It's not a loss of down penalty.
Oh, yeah, it is 2nd down. Well, it brings up 2nd and a bunch. The Cubs have it at their 25. Is that where they're finally going to put it down?
Yes. That's where the Cubs are lining up at least.
Yeah, 25. So it's 2nd and 27. Washik will roll to the right, throws to the right, and overshoots sights. It's incomplete.
I believe that was intended for Miles Young.
Oh, okay.
Same build.
You're right. And it was Young over to the right side because Sights is lined up over here to the left.
Those are two real good slot guys, though, for the Cubs to have. They just run their routes so well and get themselves open.
So the Cubs face 3rd and very long here.
Well, a few years ago, we said the Cubs offense wasn't built for 3rd and long, and now it's exactly built for 3rd and long.
Yeah, but this is very long, 27 yards to be exact. Here's Washik throwing it to the near sideline, and this one's incomplete.
Sights was the intended receiver, and the ball will fall incomplete, bring up 4th down.
And they're going to punt.
You would think, right?
No, they're bringing it out. And that's the first punt of the year.
Yeah, they've even against Seneca, we thought we'd see a punt, but we never did. Colin Umfleet is the punter, so got to account for him if you're the Mustangs. You can't leave him, or he could take off.
Line of scrimmage is the 25. Umfleet stands inside his 15, trying to stretch out those legs. Good snap back. The kick away is a low line drive kick. Bounding into Mustang territory, fielded at the 35 and almost fumbled.
Yeah, almost a dangerous play for the Mustangs there. That would have been a disastrous turnover for them.
40-yard punt, no return. Well, you're right. You talk about disastrous. He stayed away from the ball until the last bounce and then decided to try to field it, and it rolled up his arm and almost turned it over. Well, the Mustangs take over 1st and 10 at their own 35.
Well, we're about out of the middle 8 now. And
we are.
Still about a minute left in it.
Yeah, 9-10 left here in the 3rd. No one has scored yet.
Most we've gone without scoring.
Snap back to the quarterback who gives to his tailback, Land. Land drives the pile forward, and he picks up an additional 2 or 3 yards for a gain of 6.
Tucker Anderson finally brings him down.
That was a good effort by the tailback. Nothing fancy. He just got in there and then started backpedaling into the pile and moved it forward. 2nd down and 4.
Not too much urgency by the Mustangs yet.
Not yet. They send 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. As Martin gets the snap, he loses the ball and then dives on it in the backfield. That'll be a loss of a couple on the play.
The snaps have still not been fixed for the Mustangs yet, and those things will just kill you.
That time, though, I think he tried to put it into the belly of his back. And
yeah, he's still having to reach down, though, and he's having to pick it up
right.
quick.
And it throws your timing off.
Exactly.
Bringing up now a 3rd and 6 from the Mustang 39-yard line, and we roll past the 8-minute mark here in the third quarter, so we are out of the middle 8. 3rd down and 6. 3 receivers wide left, 1 to the right. Martin gets the snap, back to pass. Flush from the pocket, still with it. He's hit and flips it out late, and it is incomplete.
Yeah, he just tried to flip that one forward to save himself from a sack.
Good job, really. Land was out there. It landed about a yard or 2 from him. It's going to bring up 4th down and 6, and I believe the Mustangs may be kicking it away.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to pin back in their own territory. I mean, that's a risky one to just kind of toss up there with a bunch of defenders around you, because if a Cub catches it, he's gone.
Yeah, there was nobody in front of him. 4th and 6, so the Cubs.
Martin, the punter?
Yeah, they need to keep their eye on the punter. And a whistle.
That's fortunate for the Mustangs. It's a flag, actually.
Yeah, and it's going to be procedure against the Mustangs. That penalty brought to you by Adrenaline Apparel and Design, your one-stop destination for premium, fast, and custom-printed products. I noticed that Irwin had on a neat-looking shirt today, and he said it was a product of Adrenaline Apparel and Design.
Supporting the sponsors.
Yeah. It's a good-looking shirt. I don't know if you noticed or not, but
Irwin's a fashionable guy. I always notice.
Punt is away. It's a nice kick that drives the Cubs back to the 25, return to the 30, 35, and out near the 40, and that's where the Cubs will set it up.
For the Mustangs, it's number 32, Andrew Bogart with the tackle.
That's a 36-yard punt.
Cubs offense, chance to add to their lead now, still up 18. They've not been held under 50 since week 1.
Yeah, we'll see if they can crank it back up here in the third. They lead at 36-18, as you said. 7:25 left here in the third quarter. Umfleet in the I-back position. He'll get the handoff, running left side to the 40, puts his head down and dives out to about the 47.
Good first play by the Cubs to gain positive yards.
Is there a flag thrown? There was a flag thrown late. So it's not going to negate another holding penalty on the Cubs.
Like I mentioned in pregame, those penalties start to stack on you. It can really flip a game, and it's cost the Cubs a lot this year, multiple times on big plays. Especially last game when they lose to Seneca in a close one. They had penalties kill drives and then give the Indians extra ones.
And once they start throwing,
they don't stop.
They don't stop. So that negates a nice gain of about 8 yards, and the Cubs will have it first and, we'll say, 15 from their 33. Washik back to pass, screen to Umfleet to the 35 and dives to the 37 for a gain of 4.
Maddox Fegan with the tackle on Umfleet.
Second down and 11 from the 37-yard line. The clock rolls, 6:50 left here in the third quarter. Cubs send 2 receivers, wide right, 2 to the left. Tailback Umfleet. Washik looking right, throwing right. And the pass is incomplete, intended for Miles Young.
Yeah, just threw his hands there. So that'll bring up third down now for the Cubs. And when they would have had it, second and very short, now it's third and long after that penalty.
Ball will be reset at the 37.
That's just how penalties can change your drive.
Yeah, you're ahead of the sticks 1 minute and behind the sticks the next. Third down and 11. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left as Washik empties the backfield. Takes a low snap, back to pass. Rolling right, throwing right, and it is incomplete. The pass intended for Miles Young.
Yeah, just unable to connect there, having to throw on the run. Bring up 4th down, could be the second punt of the year for the Cubs. And it will be.
Yeah, they haven't punted all year. Now they're punting in back-to-back drives. First we see running the ball, then a quarterback running the ball, and now punts. Diversified.
Yeah, that's one way to say it.
37-yard line, the line of scrimmage. Umfleet retreats to about the 26. Good snap. Kick nearly blocked. Line drive kick that goes inside the 30 down to the 27. That's where the Mustangs will set it up.
And Rubik did not touch that one.
36-yard punt and no return. And the Mustangs take over, so it's kind of back and forth here without scoring here in the third.
Which, if you're the Cubs, you're okay with that right now. You don't.
Yeah, the Cubs playing with a 36-18 lead.
3-possession lead.
And we've played about 6 minutes here in the third quarter. 6:19 left here in the period. Again, the third quarter brought to you tonight and always by Cork Cattle Company of Pierce City. Martin takes the snap, looking to run up the middle. He's hit and knocked down at the line of scrimmage.
Design draw for the quarterback. Cubs sniffed it out quickly and able to bring him down. Chris Calhoun with the tackle.
No gain, 2nd down and 10. Lots of scoring in the first half. No one yet to find the end zone here in the third quarter. The Mustangs come out with 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Martin back to pass with plenty of time this time. Uncorks one down the field. He has a man, and it is caught down to the Cub 30.
That's caught by Breck Rubik. And then he's finally tackled by Carr. That's a big play the Mustangs needed.
43 yards and a first down. Well thrown ball that time.
Yeah, he uncorked that one, and it was a good ball. Receiver made a good catch.
1st and 10 Mustangs. They now have it at the Cub 29-yard line. Martin will give to his tailback Land, who's knocked down at the line of scrimmage. He might pick up a yard, bringing up 2nd and long.
Tucker Anderson coming up to make the play.
2nd down and 9 upcoming. Clock rolls at 5:20 left here in the third. Cubs hanging on to a 36-18 lead. Ryder Martin, the 6'2", 180-pound senior quarterback, out of the shotgun. Takes a snap. He looks to the right. He fires to the right. Pass caught at the 30 down to about the 25. And there's a flag on the play.
Yes, there is. Near side.
That pass was caught by Rubik, but it will be for naught as it's a penalty on the Mustangs. And that penalty brought to you by Adrenaline Apparel and Design, your one-stop destination for premium, fast, and custom printed products. It's going to be holding on McDonald County. And you notice these holding calls are all on the same sideline. You notice that?
They have been.
All night. The penalties have been coming from this sideline. Might need an ice pack tonight. Elbow may be hurt. 2nd down and 16. From the 35, low snap, again gets away from the quarterback. He picks it up, now looking to run, now throws it late, has a man who drops it along the sideline, and that might have been 6.
Yeah, that's why it's so important, even on those busted plays, you have to keep contained. You can't just leave your lane and leave your assignment on that if there's no one else there and the quarterback gets outside. They're lucky Martin did not make them pay.
You know, a defensive end especially has a point where they're trying to get to. Well, when that point changes and goes deeper, You have to change your route to the quarterback.
Exactly. You can't over pursue one way. And you got to, if anything, force them back to the middle, force them back to the trash.
Yeah.
You don't want to leave them with open room on the outside.
3rd down and long from the 35. Martin under pressure, screen pass set up, and it is incomplete. Good defensive pressure there by the Cubs.
And Aiden Rivera was there to meet the screen and hit him as the ball was there. Incomplete pass. Bring up 4th down now for the Mustangs. Critical 4th down for them.
Yeah, the ball is at the 35. They need to get to the 20, so it's 3rd and 15. 4:27 left here in the 3rd quarter, a scoreless 3rd quarter. Cubs lead at 36-18. And the Mustangs will go for it here. Martin gets the snap, back to pass, looks to the right, now flush from the pocket, still on his feet, makes a couple guys miss, still on his feet, 1st down and more, but a flag comes out. Martin dives inside the 5, and what an effort from their quarterback, but this one may come back.
Yeah, and Ryder Martin made Cubs defenders commit inside, and he bounced it out, but like you said, that flag's probably going to bring it back. What a move by Martin, though. I mean, he's been impressive.
Yeah, he's trying to put this team on his back and carry him. It's a holding penalty against McDonald County. That's a big penalty. And I stand corrected, a penalty on the far sideline this time. That penalty brought to you by Adrenaline Apparel and Design. So a spot infraction will mark the ball down at the 29 and bring up 4th and 9 for the Mustangs. And the Mustangs will take a timeout to talk it over. We're going to keep it right here, Ryan, and we don't want to miss a big play coming up here. 36-18. Cubs defense, they've done a lot of things good tonight, but one thing.
Big play.
The big plays.
Got to take away the big plays. They'll kill you. You can have a great night, but if you give up 3 big plays, you can lose the game.
You know, I'm thinking this Ryder Martin, when he was a young kid, I think he was really good at tag. You know, because people just can't catch him.
No, and he does good. I mean, both Cubs defenders went inside, and then he cut out. That's, I mean, you got to stay in your tackling lanes. You got to stay in your pursuit. Because if you don't, you overcommit, all of a sudden there's no one there that's in your lane. That's your job. That's your assignment.
So what if you sacrifice a defensive lineman and put somebody in as a spy?
You could.
And his job
especially in 4th and long right now. You could bring in kind of a nickel back, an extra defensive back into the field.
And he's got one job.
Quarterback.
Yeah, that's it.
And you'd want a guy with wheels, a little more speed to him to keep up with Martin.
Well, we'll see what transpires here.
You know, if I was putting a spy that's already on the field, I would use Tolles. He's rangy, he's athletic, he can move. That's the guy I would use personally. I'm not a coach, though.
That's right. And we don't claim to be either. We're going to say 4th and 10 here. 4th and 10 from just outside the 29. Mustangs come out with 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Martin takes the snap, back to pass with time. Now running to the right, throwing to the right. It is caught, and it'll be short of the 1st down, I believe.
I mean, he did a flip on that tackle, and he's not going to get rewarded for it. He's going to come up short of the 1st down. Cubs offense will come back on the field with 4:06 remaining in the 3rd quarter.
Wrestler with the catch. And it was a gain of about 8 on the play. That takes him to 165 yards, by the way. And the Cubs come out with a running play. Up the middle, that's Seitz with big running room. Breaks a tackle. Now a flag comes out. Seitz still on his feet to the 20, 15, 10, 5, and near the goal line. But a flag was thrown near midfield.
I got to see the call here. It's probably going to be against the Cubs just from where it was thrown. But what a play by Seitz, and it's going to be all for naught most likely.
Well, it's going to be a spot infraction, so Seitz is going to pick up some yardage here.
It's those penalties. It wasn't necessary one either. He was already through. It's the little things like that that can just kill a drive and take away points.
I'm trying to spot the flag. I know it's somewhere on the emblem on the field.
I see it about the 48.
Oh, it's a face mask.
Wow. And Sides fought through it.
Well, that's going to be a huge play.
Yes, that'll stand. You'll decline that penalty.
And that was a run, right?
Yes. Sights getting in on the rushing action.
So Sights, a gain of almost 80. Would have been 79 if he scored. Where are they going to put it down, Ryan?
Oh, he got close to the goal line. Let's see what they get in the 1. I mean, he almost earned his way to the end zone.
We're going to call it a 77-yard run. And another ASI first down.
ASI's got their money's worth tonight. A lot of first downs for the Cubs.
Yeah, that gets them to 20. And the Cubs have it first and goal. And Washik will roll right, throws right, and overshoots his intended receiver. It's incomplete.
That was the smart play by Dylan. You throw that very high where only your guy can get it with Meeks, and if he ain't getting it, it's going out the back of the end zone. You definitely don't want to risk an interception right now.
Help me with the back right now. Is that Sights?
That's Sights again. I hope they give him his touchdown.
It'll be Sights running left. He leans forward, and
I thought he broke the plane. They'll give it to him.
Too. Touchdown, Cubs. We're going to call it a 2-yarder.
I mean, I say Sights earned his points there. He fought so hard to get down there.
Yeah, that was a spectacular play when he broke loose for a 77-yard run, and the Cubs ride him into the end zone now. They lead at 42-18, and the Cubs will go 4-2. Washik will work out of the shotgun. 4 receivers to his right, and he rolls that way. Now throws back against the grain. Umfleet wide open, the 2-point conversion good. 3:39 left here in the third. Cubs lead it 44-18 back after this timeout.
And beyond.
And beyond, that's right. The old internet machine, it's marvelous, isn't
Hey,
it?
we had listeners from Germany last year.
Yeah, we sure did. Worldwide, I'm telling you. Well, after the timeout, the Mustangs will set it up 2nd and 12 at the Cub 48. Out of the shotgun. Pass is thrown, and it is incomplete.
Cubs got great pressure on that one. Bring up 3rd down and long.
At this point, wouldn't you say the Mustangs in 4-down territory the rest
Yeah,
of the
they
game?
have to. They have to go for it. I mean, unless you get an absolute, 4th and 30, you're going for it.
Clock stopped with 2:48 left here in the quarter. Mustangs come out with 3 receivers wide to the near sideline, 1 receiver to the left. As Martin works out of the shotgun, straight back, still with it, is hit and still on his feet and finally dragged down for the sack.
Camden Tolles picks up another sack in this game. He did a great job hanging on to Ryder Martin, finally dragging him down, and now you kind of enter that scary territory I was just talking about.
That sack brought to you, remember, by Prime Cut.
And it did. It's going to push the punt team onto the field because of it.
And Toll's the leading sack artist for the Cubs this year. I think he had 5.5 coming into tonight's game.
He's got 2 that I know of so far.
That a big one that forces Mustangs to punt it. They have everybody but a punter.
Yeah, they need Martin, but his jersey, they got ripped even more on that. Yeah, it did. It's ripped all the way up to the sleeve, his arm. Now his whole side's ripped.
And now they're looking for someone to do some kicking, and it appears that Jake O'Brien will go back, but there'll be a timeout prior to that. So when your quarterback goes out, who also serves as a punter, that causes lots of issues.
Yeah, and you just can't. I mean, the way this rip was, I was shocked they didn't make him fix it earlier because you can't play like that.
Timeout on the field. We'll take a quick one as well. We'll be back with more third quarter action after this. Back to McDonald High School. Ryder Martin with a new number on now, 21. He went from 12 to 21.
Yeah, Landon Shields' number, so I guess he had to give him his jersey.
High snap corralled by the punter. He kicks it away, a low line drive kick. That takes a neutral bounce and will be spotted at about the 32-yard line.
Yeah, you have a quarterback that, like you said, he's the quarterback, he's the punter, starts in the defensive backfield, and kind of does everything for the Mustang. He's a do-it-all guy.
He sure is. A 28-yard punt with no return. Cubs will take over with a 44-18 lead.
You know what game I'd like to see again, Benji? I'd like to see the Cubs play
Nevada. I
again.
knew you were going to say that.
Because I think it would be a lot different. I think it would be a lot closer game. I think they could have a good one.
Here's a handoff to a new back. You're going to have to help me here, and this one's going to be tough because I don't think he's on our roster.
He's not. It's Camden Tolles is the only 11, and that's not Camden.
No.
Camden's about 4 inches taller, maybe 5.
Now, who came in last week? That came in and ran a couple weeks ago?
It was.
You remember?
I do.
He had a unique nickname?
Yes.
Bumper? Yeah. Here's a handoff to the tailback, and I think that's Sights again. And he is popped down after a gain of a yard.
Yeah, Ryder Martin there to finish the tackle.
Cubs will face 3rd down and 9, and they're trying to chew up some clock here as it rolls with 50 seconds left in the third quarter. Washik will work out of the shotgun. Now turns to the sideline looking for the play call. The play clock down to about 15 seconds. Empty backfield now for Washik. Takes the snap. He rolls to the right. Throws to the right. Sliding catch by Miles Young.
That's what Miles Young does so well. Gets himself open, picks up the first down.
Another ASI first down. Cubs picked up about 13 yards on the play. First and 10 Cubs at the 44, and that will take us to the end of the third quarter. Again, the third quarter brought to you by Cork Cattle Company, a one-stop shop for all your Hereford, Black Angus, and Charolais genetic needs. Back with fourth quarter action after this timeout. McDonald County. Okay, so it's in Jenny. We're number 11.
Gotcha. Also, college score update for you. Florida State, Virginia going to overtime.
Oh, that's a good way to start the weekend.
35-35.
Cubs with a first down on that sliding catch by Miles Young. They have it at the 44-yard line with a fresh 12 minutes on the scoreboard. Here's a deep pass left side. Again, that's out there. And it is intercepted at the 30. Return to the 45, and the Mustangs will take over.
Yeah, throw it up in double coverage, and the Mustangs come away with it.
Yeah,
that's J.W. Riley.
That time, Washington just put way too much air under it. He needed to unload on that one.
Yeah, too much air, needed more of a line.
He had a guy out there, I believe it was Young that was out there.
He beat his man. He was open. He got behind him.
So we'll see what the Mustangs are able to do with this turnover. They've got 3 interceptions tonight. Here's a fake handoff, and now the quarterback will keep it himself, running near side. The Cubs string it out nicely, and Martin runs it out after a very short gain.
Chris Spears escorts him out of bounds. That was good pursuit there by the defense that time.
Looks like a gain of about 3.
I wonder what number Ryder Martin will be wearing next week, because number 12 that jersey's done.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they come up with another number 12. They might be on the road next week. Let's check their schedule again. Second down and 7. Martin out of the shotgun, takes the snap, throws a quick one to the near side. Nice catch and a nice move by Wrestler, and Wrestler has a first down.
Wrestler taken out of bounds by Tucker Anderson, but yeah, he was putting on the moves. Mustangs moved the chains. They've started this fourth quarter off well.
First down for the Mustangs, their 11th of the game. Wrestler now up to 178 yards of receiving. That was helped with a 90-yarder in the second quarter. First and 10, Mustangs from the Cub 40. And a flag comes out here. It's going to be a procedure against McDonald County. That time, that penalty brought to you by Adrenaline Apparel and Design. They've had a number of those tonight, Ryan.
Yeah, Mustangs got to clean theirs up too. Both teams have just had unforced ones. Just unnecessary, which as a coach will eat you up.
Makes for a long night, too. 11:34 left here in the fourth. Mustangs with it, first and 15 from the Cub 45. Martin back to pass, fires one, man wide open at the 30, to the 20, 15, to the 10, and finally knocked down inside the 5.
That was a great throw and catch by the Mustangs. That's number 9 for the Mustangs, Wyatt Gordon.
Gordon from 45, 43 yards. We'll call it a 42-yarder. And another first down. And it's down at about the 3-yard line, or is that the 2? Looks like the 2. First and goal.
Vince James comes in for the Mustangs, kind of a fullback type.
Well, he was wide open, and a good throw by the quarterback. Martin resets the offense. He'll work out of the shotgun. Bad snap again. Martin picks it up, scrambles to the right and out of bounds, and a flag comes out here, and it's going to be an illegal shift against the Mustangs. Cubs might decline this one since there was a loss on the play. Out to the 6. Be a loss of about 4. I'd decline it.
We'll see what they do.
They're going to decline it? They are.
Yep, declined.
So it's going to bring up second and goal from the 6.
If the Cubs defense had come up with a stop here, that would pretty much put you in feeling pretty good about where you're at. Give up a score, Mustangs would keep life.
Martin out of the shotgun. He's going to run it himself, run into the left, gets inside the 10 and tiptoes his way to about the 3 for a gain of 3 yards.
Ryder Martin, he's a tough little athlete there. He's done it all for the Mustangs tonight.
Yeah, he's rushed the ball unofficially 19 times for 36 yards.
And he's had a couple of them called back after he's had big gains.
Yeah, and some low snaps have hurt him as well. Third and goal. Martin in the backfield along with Land. Low snap again. Martin dives on it. A loss back to the 10, a loss of 7.
That'll bring up fourth down now. Cubs catch another break on that play.
And now it's 4th and goal, so here's one of those big plays again. Cubs get a stop here, like you said, Ryan. They got to feel really good about their chances.
9:51 remaining.
And what's happening right now is the clock's running. Clock's running. We approach the 9:30 mark here in the fourth quarter. Tonight's fourth quarter, by the way, brought to you by Hydro Extrusions. Martin gets the snap. He's going to roll to the right. He's going to throw it into the end zone, and it is caught. Wrestler.
That's number 9,
Oh,
Wyatt Gordon.
Gordon with a reception, a 10-yarder. And on a fourth down play, the Mustangs cash in, making it 44-24.
And the Mustangs stay alive on that play. That was a big one for them.
Well thrown ball in the back end of the end zone. And the Mustangs will go for 2. Martin will roll right. He's going to throw it back to the left, and Land is going to be able to take it in, so the Cubs get a little of their own medicine there on the throwback.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what the Cubs usually do to their opponent on the two-point conversion.
A reminder that tonight's fourth quarter brought to you by Hydro Extrusions, located at 808 County Road in Monett. Hydro Extrusions offers the knowledge and confidence in finding the best possible solution for your aluminum project every time. Well, it's 18 points, still 3-point game or 3-possession game.
Yeah, still 3 possessions now. Virginia and Florida State will move to the next overtime as well.
Wow.
They're having a good one.
My scout at Neosho is struggling. I get the score, I don't know who's leading.
Well,
I'm thinking it's
that
Webb
one would be by 7, and that would be by
being 8.
yeah,
And it is a final. So it looks like
Webb City.
Webb City's going to eke out one. Probably one of the biggest games in Neosho in several years.
Pucker meter got high.
Yeah. Well, now we'll see. The Mustangs probably going to do an onside kick here, I would assume.
You would think.
Cubs fully expect an onside kick. And it is. Takes a big bounce. Oh, and there was contact early there. And then it went out of bounds as well. But it didn't go 10 yards. The Cub receiver was going to go up and get it, and then he was hit before the ball got there. Then the ball went out of bounds. So it should be Cub ball.
Yeah.
The only saving grace is all that took place on the Monett sideline. Not that coaches can talk officials into calls.
No, never. But it sure helps when they're yelling at it in front of you to look at it.
Yeah.
Oh,
It looks like the Cubs are going to go ahead and have that. I don't think that's fog. I think that's smoke.
Yeah, that's smoke.
Someone's tailgating and the smoke's rolling in, folks. Monett will have it first and 10. Near midfield, looks like at McDonald County's 49. Up 44-26. Washik will work out of the shotgun. He turns and hands to Seitz. And Seitz hard running between the tackles. Able to get it down to the 44 for a gain of 5 yards.
Yeah, Seitz been running the ball really well for the Cubs so far here, especially in the second half.
Yeah, he's up to 85 yards on just 4 carries.
I haven't seen too much of Smith or Umfleet in the second half.
Nope. Cubs in no hurry here as the smoke descends onto the field. Washik will work out of the shotgun. Takes the snap. Stretch play now goes to Seitz, running right. Stiff arms the tackler, stays on his feet, and then down to the 41 for a gain of 3.
And he was fighting for yards there, finally brought down by Brody Wrestler.
You know, it's okay to fight for those yards, but you got to make sure you
got
grab
to tuck
the
that ball away.
So now the Cubs face 3rd down and about 2.
Umfleet back in the game now.
He may be the 2-yard back. Ball at the 41. Play clock down to 15 seconds. So the Cubs in no hurry here. Trying to milk that clock as much as possible. Washik out of the shotgun, gets the snap. He gives to Umfleet. And Umfleet is not going to get back to the line of scrimmage as he's knocked down for a loss of 4.
Yeah, Mustangs defense all over him immediately as he's brought down. Bring up 4th down. That clock will continue to tick. The Cubs could take it under 7 minutes here. Let's see what Coach Mock decides to do. Looks like the offense is staying on the field.
It's 4th and about 7. And the Cubs are going to run this clock down and be inside 7 minutes left. The offense does stay on the field. You might look for Meeks here on 4th and 7. Back is Washik. Shuttle pass, and it is caught, but it'll be short of the first down. That was Seitz with a reception for a gain of about 3.
So the Mustangs offense will come back on the field with 6:57 remaining in the game. And it's time to go if you're the Mustangs. You got to keep moving with urgency, and you would think they're pretty one-dimensional now. You got to take shots.
Tonight's 4th quarter brought to you by Hydro Extrusions. Hydro is a leading aluminum and renewable energy company committed to a sustainable future. Yeah, down inside 7 minutes, you're right, Ryan. 6:57, and they need 3 scores, and they have 1 timeout left. So they're going to have to get really rolling here, and the Cubs need to make sure they're solid with their tackles and keep everyone in front of them. Ryder Martin will work out of the shotgun. Back to pass. Looking deep, has a guy wide open, and he's going to go the distance. Touchdown, Mustangs from 57, and that's Gordon again.
Mustangs strike in just 1 play, all they need. And just like that, they find themselves back in it.
Man, they have found something there with that pass to Wyatt Gordon. He was wide open, and no one was going to catch him. And just like that, it's a 2-score game.
I mean, that's just a mistake you can't have at the Cubs right now.
And now the Mustangs will go for the conventional PAT.
Yeah.
Snap back, ball down. The kick is low and is no good. 44-32 our score with 6:48 left here in the fourth. We'll be back with more action after this timeout. Monett leads at 44-32. And I think right now the Cubs might want to go back in, getting that offense going.
Yeah, I would like to see Umfley and Antoine Smith back in the backfield for them because you're going to need to drain clock, but you got to move the ball. And you're going to need some first downs to get this one. You got to recover this onside kick first, though.
And there is the kick that is fielded by the Cubs. Good job there by Monett as they're able to get it. That was Cole with the solid hands.
Yep, Logan Cole coming up with it.
And again, the Cubs will have it at the Mustang 49. They need 2 or 3 first downs there.
Yeah, they got to put together a drive now. Honestly, what you think for the Cubs is, all right, let's go score. You don't got to force it. You're in the lead. But you just got to put together a good drive, go score.
Seitz remains in as the tailback. And it'll be Seitz running left with room. First down and a whole bunch more down to about the 32, a gain of 17.
Finally got tripped up by Maddox Fegan.
Another ASI first down, and that puts Seitz over to the 100-yard mark. Can you believe it? Empty backfield now for Washik. He'll throw it left side. I believe that's Seitz again.
Yeah, that is. That's Seitz.
Seitz will pick up a nice gain on first down. Gain of 8. The folks here at McDonald County wanting a flag.
Yeah, they're wanting it on Umfleet for his block, staying on the defender.
Second down and 2. And here's Seitz running up the middle. He stood up, and now the pile goes forward to about the 20. And he'll pick up 3 yards and another ASI first down.
It was in Guinea.
Well, it was?
Yes.
Okay.
11.
We're in number 11, not 8. He picked up 3. And Guinea with a first down carry. It's Guinea again. Up the middle he goes. Powell leaning forward down to about the 15 for a gain of 5.
For a little guy, he kept going there, moving his legs, did a good job.
Yeah, low center of gravity. Does he stay in? Yeah, he stays in. Second down and 5. Washik now will slow things down just a little bit as the play clock's still at 25 seconds. The game clock's at 5:20. So the Cubs in no hurry here as they milk the clock just a little bit. They really need to score, Ryan. Like
yeah, they just need to go score.
Second down and 5 from the 15. Cubs may just call a timeout here. And they do. Timeout sponsored by Shelter Insurance Agent Andy Brandt. Andy will make sure you get the right coverage at the right price. Call or text 417-235-5603 to request a free quote. Tonight's fourth quarter brought to you by Hydro Extrusions. Hydro is a leading aluminum and renewable energy company committed to a sustainable future for rewarding career opportunities. Come join the Hydro family. Well, this one's a little more uncomfortable than I would have thought.
Yeah, for a while there, it looked like the Cubs were kind of going to comfortably walk out in the second half, but all of a sudden the Mustangs started striking back, and they've made it a game. This is a big series for both these teams. Cubs have a chance to put the lead back and cross the half 100 mark.
Yeah, a score here would you would think would seal it. Right now the Cubs up by 2 scores. This would put them up 3 scores. As we resume action, it will be 2nd down and 5 from the McDonald County 15. Young in motion from right to left. Here's a handoff to Ngini running left side and spins his way down inside the 10. It should be enough for a first down.
Yeah, good hard run by Ngini there. Moves the chains. And now the Cubs will be able to take some more time off that clock as they enter 1st and goal.
First down brought to you by Architectural Systems Incorporated. ASI can turn any concept involving metal into reality.
Ngini with another carry there, only picking up about 1 maybe.
Thank you for catching that as I read those ads. It's going to be 2nd goal. Is it Ngini again? Sights with the run, and he scores from, what we'll say, 7 yards out. Sights from 7, and that may just do it. Sights,
yeah, that could be the dagger play.
Sights with 2 scores tonight on the ground. And the Cubs will go for 2. The lead now 50-32.
So in all games but week 1, the Cubs have crossed 50 points.
Yeah, it's becoming habit forming, isn't it? Washik out of the shotgun, brings motion from right to left. That's Young. It's a quick pass near side, and it is intercepted.
You can't run it back, though.
No, that's the end of the play. The play whistle dead. The 2-point conversion is no good. Touchdown brought to you by the law offices of Randall Messer and Randall. The extra point sponsored by Home Shield Pest Control, and the upcoming kickoff sponsored by Freedom Bank of Southern Missouri. 50-32 our score. We'll be back with more action after this quick timeout. McDonald County High School. Benji Finsky, Ryan McCullough, Aaron Perez with you. Cubs lead at 50-32 with 4.5 minutes left in this one. Big drive there by the Monett Cubs, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. And as the great Barry Switzer once said, Benji, I ain't half 100 on them.
And they have 50-32. A squib kick angled to the far sideline, covered up by the Mustangs near their 37-yard line.
Cubs defense here just needs to get a stop, and that will do it.
Holy cow, they just need to make McDonald County chew up some time.
Yeah, just keep them in front of you.
Yeah.
No 1 or 2 play touchdowns.
Keep your eye on Wyatt Gordon. He's had a couple big plays here in the second half. See where he is out here.
I believe he'll go to the far side.
Yeah, Wrestler's over here to the near side along with Rubeck. Yeah, keep your eye on Gordon for sure. See, he's over there to the right. Mustangs break huddle. They have it at their own 38-yard line. Ryder Martin wearing number 21 now. Started the game as number 12, but lost his jersey. Back to pass. Under pressure, still scrambling. Dodges a couple of tacklers and then fires late, and it's caught for a first down.
That was just a great scramble drill by Ryder Martin, keeping that play alive and extending it.
I'm trying to see who caught that.
I believe it was 24 for the Mustangs.
Land. 24, gain of 11. And a first down.
Well, they move it back, actually. Incomplete.
Oh, he stepped out of bounds. So I'll take that off. So it brings up 2nd down and 10. That was a late signal. From the 38-yard line, Martin back to pass. Going to crank it up and go deep down the side. Wrestler with a near catch, but it falls incomplete.
Yeah, and he had a step on the defender. As he rules that in, he might score. And that's what you got to avoid for the Cubs. In coverage with Spears and Black.
A timeout on the field called by the Cubs. A reminder, timeouts brought to you by Shelter Insurance Agent Andy Brandt. We'll be back after this quick break. County High School, 4:15 left here in the fourth. Cubs lead at 50-32. A reminder, you're listening to Cub football on KKBL 95.9 FM in Monett, Missouri. Martin will throw it. Slant pattern caught. 1st down into Cub territory.
That's Wyatt Gordon again.
Gain of 13. Where's he been all night?
Yeah, he's really stepped up the second half. And he's done well for the Mustangs. Made some massive plays for him.
Mustangs with their 14th 1st down. 1st and 10 from the Cub 49. Martin, slant pattern again, and this one is dropped by Wrestler. And it'll bring up 2nd and 10.
I'll be with 4:01 remaining. And Benji, there's been a field storming in Charlottesville as Virginia takes down Florida State.
Wow, that's, well, not really a surprise, but
That'd be a
bit.
surprise. I mean, Florida State's been undefeated, had a good ranking, top 10, and goes down on the road on a Friday night.
That takes a little luster of the Miami-Florida State game off.
It does.
2nd down and 10 from the 49. Martin takes the snap. He looks to the left, fires it to the left. It's caught out there. Receiver breaks the tackle, still on his feet into Cub territory to the 45. That's Rubeck. Rubeck, a gain of 4.
Aiden Rivera finishing the tackle. Carr had him in the backfield, which was unable to wrap him up.
Clock rolls inside 3:40 left. 3rd down and 6 for the Mustangs. Really, they don't have a whole lot of time to huddle here.
Now clock rolling under 3:30 now.
Mustangs come out with 2 receivers wide to the right, 1 to the left. Martin gets the snap, back to pass. He throws it deep, near side, has a guy caught at the 10-5 touchdown. That's Wrestler from 45 yards out.
And the Mustangs strike yet again. Good ball by Martin.
45-yard touchdown pass. And boy, that was right on the money. And it was a double move. He did a slant and go and was well covered. And he just simply outran the defensive back.
Yeah, sluggo as they call it. And Martin pump fakes the defender, and then he unleashed it, and I mean, he threw a beautiful ball. This to make it a 10-point game if they get the 2-point conversion.
Yep, down 50-38. Mustangs will go for 2. We expected a shootout. That's what we've gotten tonight. Here's a pass, 2-point conversion, and it is good. with 3:07 left. Here in the fourth, Mustangs to within 10. It's 50-40. Back with more action after this timeout. By just 10 now. We'll look for them to have another onside kick attempt here. And here it comes. And it is fielded by the Cubs and actually returned a few yards. The Cubs will have it at the Mustang 43. I think it was Umfleet that received that one.
I'll get a number for you.
Umfleet
I think you're right. Yeah, he is.
Got it up off the pile, so.
Yeah, and if you're going to have someone return it that close, he'd be the guy.
Yeah, it's been done before.
He can make guys miss.
Yeah. So it's 1st and 10 for the Cubs. The Mustangs with no timeouts.
3:04 remaining.
They got one left. One timeout left. Cubs without a timeout. They've used all theirs. Here's Washik. Turns and gives to Seitz, who fumbled it but jumped back on top of it.
And that could have been disastrous for the Cubs. Lucky to get that one back, bring up 2nd down, let that clock tick.
2nd down and 12.
Still no sign of Antoine Smith.
Yeah, I wonder if he's banged up a little bit. We haven't seen him in the second half, have we?
I don't think so.
Play clock is at 18 seconds. The game clock at 2:29. So the Cubs are going to let this go down as far as they can on 2nd down and 12. Washik will take the snap and give to Seitz, who cuts it back against the grain and is able to plow down to the 39 for a gain of about 4.
Yeah, got to make sure you're protecting that football right now if you're the Cubs ball carriers. Mustangs will use that timeout. 2:08 remaining.
And we'll just keep it right here with 2:08. So now you face 3rd and, 7? Keep the ball on the ground.
Yeah, you don't even risk it. Make that clock go down. You're not risking anything whatsoever here if you're the Cubs.
You sure don't want it to come down, though, to another onside kick recovery.
No.
You know, how about getting a 1st down here?
Yeah, just get a 1st down and seal the deal and go back to Monett.
Yeah, go back to Monett 3 and 2.
It's been a while since the Cubs have been able to say that.
And what a big win this would be, coming on the road against a 3-1 McDonald County team.
In district and conference.
And everything.
Everything, yeah. A long-time opponent.
3rd down and 7. Here come the Cubs. Washik will hand to Seitz. Seitz running. He will have the 1st down and more. Down inside the 30 to the 25-yard line. That is a huge, huge play.
And
there's flags.
Flags are thrown.
Now it's going to negate a huge, huge play.
With 2 minutes on the clock exactly.
Well, maybe not. It's going to be a face mask. Face mask on the Mustangs. So that was 39. That was a 14-yard gain and a 1st down. And they'll tack that on, won't they, Ryan? They sure will. And it'll be a 13-yard penalty on McDonald County, brought to you by Adrenaline Apparel and Design. And that's going to do it, Ryan.
It should. That should be it, unless you just got to do what you're supposed to now. Run the clock out. You don't need to do anything fancy.
From the 12-yard line, Washik will give to Seitz, and Seitz spins down at the line of scrimmage for no gain.
Tackle made by wrestler. You just got to make sure you're protecting the ball if you're running it. You cannot cough it up.
Boy, my stat sheet looks awful. Lots of action tonight.
Clock will roll now under a minute 30.
And Washington is in no hurry. The game clock at 19 seconds right now, so when he snaps it, it'll be inside 1:10 left in this one. So barring a turnover or something else miraculous, the Cubs are going to come away with a win. It's Umfleet this time, and Umfleet spins inside the 10. The pile drives forward down near the 5. Nice effort there, a gain of about 8 yards.
Yeah, Cubs O-line gave Umfleet the last push. Pick up a nice gain, bring up third down, and they get this one under 30 seconds. They won't have to snap it again. They should be able to.
Yeah, they should be able to. The game clock at 46, the play clock at 22. Washik will take a snap, however, and give to Seitz. Seitz running off left guard, plows down for a gain of a couple.
And they won't have to snap it again. Play clock bigger than the game clock.
There you go. And the Cubs players and the sideline and the fans across the way celebrating as the Monett Cubs are going to come away with a huge road victory. The final score in this one, the Monett Cubs 50, the McDonald County Mustangs 40. The Cubs improve to 3-2. The Mustangs fall to 3-2. The Cubs victorious on the road tonight. We'll be back with our postgame show after this timeout. postgame show. Whether it's their weekend buffet, everyday lunch buffet, or weekly specials at supper time, Angus Branch takes care of the cooking for you. A reminder that your Monett Cubs broadcast team, sponsored by A-List Properties, for all your real estate needs, their team will work hard for you and your family. A busy scoreboard tonight down here at McDonald County as the Cubs win it 50-40. I'm going to turn it over to my broadcast partner, Ryan McCullough, as he will go over the scoring summary for the Monett Cubs and McDonald County Mustangs. Ryan, get ready.
Yeah, let's get that started. All right. In the first quarter, it'd get going early. The 10:05 mark, Colin Umfleet would strike first with an 11-yard touchdown catch, making it 8-0 after he also got the 2-point conversion. Mustangs would fire right back with Brody Ressler. He would have a touchdown catch and make it 8-6. Antoine Smith would score for his first time. It'd be from 1 yard out, making it 14-6. He would score again early in the second quarter, making it 22-6 after also getting the 2-point conversion. And then with 4:30 left in the second, Antoine Smith would score again from 5 yards out, making it 28-6. Mustangs struck back very quickly on the kickoff return. J.W. Riley with a 70-yard kickoff return for a touchdown, making it 28-12. Brody Ressler would score from 90 yards out, 90-yard touchdown reception, and make it 28-18. Then Alex Meeks would score with just a second left on the clock, having a 3-yard touchdown catch and a 2-point conversion. Same play, made it 36-18. Then the third quarter, things kind of slowed up for a bit. The 3:39 mark, Braden Seitz would have a 1-yard touchdown run after having a massive running game on that series, making it 44-18. Wyatt Gordon would finally get going for the Mustangs and have a 10-yard touchdown catch, making it 44-26. Wyatt Gordon would strike from 57 yards out on the next possession, making it 44-32. Then Braden Seitz would strike for the Cubs from 7 yards out, making it 50-32. And then Ressler would have a 45-yard touchdown catch to make your final score of the night. The Monett Cubs 50, the McDonald County Mustangs 40.
Thank you very much, sir. The Cubs victorious tonight, 50-40. They improved to 3-2. McDonald County goes to 3-2 as well. We will slip away here from some of our outstanding sponsors, and we will be back with more of the Angus Branch Steakhouse postgame show after this timeout. To the Angus Branch Steakhouse post-game show. Be sure to stop by Angus Branch and try one of their mouth-watering steaks or signature sandwiches. Tonight's post-game scoreboard brought to you by MetaPlans Plus. MetaPlans Plus offers Advantage plans, supplemental plans, Part D plans, dental, vision, and hearing, and much, much more. Call 417-678-5555. Ryan, I'm going to turn it over to you. Lots of going on in Southwest Missouri.
Yeah, and it was a fun Friday night in Southwest Missouri. We'll start off with Republican Joplin. The Tigers win at 45-16 over the Eagles. Stratford faced Reed Spring. Stratford trying to pick up their first win of the year. They would, 23-12. And after their first 3 weeks, I did not see that coming for them this year. Good to see for the Stratford Indians picking up a win. Neosho and Webb City just had an absolute barn burner. The Cardinals would win it by 3, 46-43. We'll move to the district. It was a fun one in district play. Carl Junction would defeat Hillcrest after being tied at the half, 49-26. West Plains, Rogersville was a fun one. West Plains, though, would down by 1 in the fourth was the last update. Rogersville was leading 26-25. Bolivar did pull off a win over Marshfield, 37-35. So a really close one there. Switch over real quick to conference play. Castlewood defeats Harrisonville 42-14. Seneca over Aurora 57-7. The Vade over East Newton 41-7. And Mount Vernon would defeat the Lamar Tigers 21-0.
Wow, we'll talk more about those later in the post-game show. We are joined in the post-game show by Coach Mock. Tonight's interview with Coach Mock brought to you by Four State Dental Care as Coach gets himself ready.
Oop.
He's got the whole gang with him here tonight. Well, let me congratulate you on a great win.
Thank you. Yeah, it's it's unfortunate state of Missouri. If you win your game by 13 points, you get more points for a district. So trying to run the clock out, but trying to score there at the end, and thought we had the 13-point lead and we were safe there, but made a couple uncharacteristic mistakes that we can fix. So like I said, every week you want to try to get better from the game, whether you win or lose, and it's a lot easier to get better after a win.
Well, you don't get many chances to play district teams the regular season. You get one.
Right.
McDonald County. This was a big win.
Yeah, that's what we talked about all week. Was they started off the year pretty good, and they're in our district, so this is an important game for district contention, but then also just in our conference. We want to have a winning season every year in the Big 8 conference, which I think is a pretty good goal to have. And our kids came out and played really, really hard early on and finished the game and got a win.
You played very solid in that first half especially, and you were really mixing it up well tonight. A lot of passing, but a lot of good runs.
Yeah, no, we felt like we warmed down a little bit, so tried taking advantage of running the ball and those guys not getting set and being a little tired. And, Antoine does a good job, Colin does a good job, and then Braden Sides breaks one off. So, we got some guys we can put back there that can run the ball and just takes a little pressure off Dylan's shoulders. I like the way we executed and played. Obviously, you want to get the ball in the end zone every time you have the ball. Didn't like saying punt for the first time this year. It's like the worst word you can say. So, but our punt team went out and executed and did a really good job. So there's a lot of stuff that we can get better from. I don't think, obviously, that we've peaked yet, but we're getting better each week.
There were several things that happened tonight that I did not have on my bingo card. Punts was one.
Yeah.
You had Washik running the ball a little bit, and you had Sites going over 100 yards. I did not have any of those.
Yeah, me either. Though I ran Dylan just because they lightened up the box and tried to take away our middle screens and our slants and so forth. So we ran him. The one time I kind of just shifted him out real fast and put Braden back there, and he took off down the middle of the field. So every once in a while you got to draw some stuff up there on the sidelines and that you see out there in the field, and our kids executed a good job.
The game relatively close, 50-40, but I really think you guys dominated, especially early. There were just a couple of breakdowns that cost you some big plays.
Yeah, and that's what we can't have, and we'll eliminate those mistakes. That's why I told our team, we want to accentuate the positives, keep doing the things you're doing good over and over, and then eliminate the negatives. And if they keep doing that and get better each week, I like where we'll be at the end of the season.
How'd you come through tonight as far as injuries?
A couple guys a little banged up, but we could have played them all. I mean, Carson could have been out there and played, but we didn't want to risk him tonight. Antoine could have played in the second half. Kept asking me to go in. I said, hey, if it gets closer, we'll talk about it. Colin took some shots, but he'll be fine. He's very resilient. Everybody else is doing good, but you look at the score, 50-40. If we don't go for two, it's really, and everyone kicks extra points. It's 49-42. So I think our 2-point conversions there early, giving us 2-score lead, 3-score lead, even though we had scored the same amount of touchdowns, is pretty pivotal in a game like this.
It really, really is. This victory tonight really sets you up well for the second half of your season now.
Yeah.
In the conference, obviously, but this one's going to go a long way to help you at the district level too.
Yeah. No, absolutely. We wanted to come out here tonight, get a win, keep our winning record at 3-2, and then going into homecoming week, try to get a win against East Student. And they got players, and I think they got good coaching staff, so they'll be ready to play next Friday, and just kind of continue that momentum into East Student and for the rest of the season.
Now, on a more important topic, I noticed that you celebrated National Daughters Day this week. So, I did too.
Evelyn, I saw some posts, and somebody told me it was yesterday, and I said, well, it was only 21 hours ago. Somebody else posted, so I was still within that 24-hour time frame. And she's made me a girl daddy, and I'm excited that she's up here with me tonight.
Absolutely. Coach, congratulations on a super win tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Your staff, your kids. And I know you're going to have a great week in preparation for next week. Heading back home?
Yeah, absolutely. Homecoming is exciting for everyone, but, it creates a lot of distractions as a football coach, as a football team, and that's what I told our kids tonight, just to remain focused, steadfast, and, in their preparation. And our job as the football team for homecoming is to win the football game, and so that's what we're going to go out and do.
Yeah, and as soon as you think you're getting really, really good, somebody will show you something different. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So that's kind of the fun things about running our offense is there's only so many things you can do to try to stop it. And then when you see a team that likes to bring pressure and load the box and they only rush one guy, it's something they don't want to do. And so, they're doing something they don't want to do, and we just got to take advantage of it. Yep. Just do what we do.
We'll do that again next week. Congratulations tonight, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
That's Coach Mock. We'll be back after this time out. Just a reminder that tonight's interview with Coach Mock was brought to you by Four State Dental Care. With a team of professionals that provides comprehensive and compassionate care, they work together to give you and your family exceptional dentistry in a friendly environment. A reminder that score of any contest is generally forgotten over time. However, the actions of players, coaches, and fans leave lasting impressions. Be sure to choose good sportsmanship. This message brought to you by Access Family Care, with more than 200 employees serving 7 counties in southwest Missouri. Ryan, I know you kind of rushed through some of those scores. Let's look specifically at the Big 8 Conference again, and let's go over those scores again.
Yeah, you look at the Big 8 Conference. Cassville winning big against Harrisonville. That was a big win for the Wildcats, 42-14. Seneca defeats Aurora 57-7. That's just Seneca being Seneca right there, top dog right now in the Big 8. Nevada dominates East Newton, who the Cubs face next weekend, 41-7. Mount Vernon defeats the Lamar Tigers with a goose egg on the scoreboard, 21-0. I don't know the last time Lamar got shut out.
No, you'd have to look back a few years for that one for sure.
It'd be more than a few. I'm not sure what's happened in my life.
But you said they lost their Yeah, it has.
quarterback
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
first
it has.
quarter.
But they lost their quarterback, and it's hard to recover sometimes from that. And so Mount Vernon rises up and gets a huge win, and no one really had that coming tonight as well. So congratulations to Tom Cox and the Mountaineers. And
Anything can happen any given night.
yeah, that's what they say anyway. Now let's take a look at tonight's game down here. The Cubs win at 50-40. They finish with, the Cubs do 508 yards of total offense. McDonald County finishes with 456 yards of total offense. McDonald County outpassed the Cubs. More passing yards, 439 to 265, and I didn't know that was going to happen tonight. The Cubs did hold the Mustangs to only 17 net yards of rushing tonight. The Cubs ran it for 243.
Didn't have that on the bingo card
No.
either.
243 on the ground, 265 in the air, 508.
That's a good
total.
balanced attack.
Very good, and 26 first downs, 3 interceptions tonight, so that was kind of uncharacteristic from Washik tonight. Cubs did kind of slow down the penalties, 9 for 67, where the Mustangs had 10 for 91. Individually for the Monett Cubs, they were led on the ground by Sides. Can you believe that? Sides.
Yeah, I didn't have that one either.
He ended up with 130 yards on 12 carries tonight and 2 touchdowns. Smith had 68 yards on 14 carries tonight for the Cubs. Washik tonight finished, I'll make sure I get this right, 28 of 48 for 265. He did have 3 interceptions and a couple of touchdowns tonight. And on the receiving end, leading receiver tonight, Fleet had 65 yards. Alex Meeks finished with 79 yards on just 4 catches. Again, Balance Smith with 51 yards, Sides with 57. Sides had himself a really good game tonight, needless to say. So, big win for the Cubs now. That was a district victory, and, you should look for them moving up in the district ranks. And a big victory inside the Big 8 Conference, Ryan.
Yeah, big win for both of those for the Cubs. Help them out in both standings because you want to finish in the top few of the Big 8, and then you definitely want to be the top half of district play so you can get that home playoff game the Cubs have not had since 2019.
We are going to slip away one final time here from Anderson, Missouri. When we come back, Ryan and I will talk about tonight's players of the game. We'll also set the stage for next week against the East Newton Patriots. Back with more after this timeout. Station identification. You're listening to the Monett Cubs on KKBL 95.9 FM in Monett, Missouri. Tonight's players of the game brought to you by Heritage Tractor, your local John Deere dealer with various locations throughout the area. It's a great time to buy a tractor, so be sure to stop in for great deals and for low financing. On the offensive side of the ball, I'm going to award tonight's player of the game to Seitz, who did such a great job coming out of the backfield. Braden Seitz tonight on the ground finished with 130 yards running. He also caught 7 passes for 57 yards, by far one of his biggest nights ever. So congratulations to Braden Seitz, tonight's offensive player of the game.
Yeah, and then defensive players of the game, I got 2 of them. Got Aiden Rivera. He's been the rock and nails of this defense all season long. There's a reason why he is the backbone and the captain of it. And then I'm also going to go Camden Tolles, had a couple sacks, and then he was really the only one that could just keep up with Martin when he was scrambling around the backfield, and he came up with some clutch time sacks for the Cubs. So I'm going Camden Tolles, and I'm going Aiden Rivera.
Again, players of the game brought to you by Heritage Tractor. Congratulations to those guys here tonight. A huge win for the Cubs as they win at 50-40. And now they set their sights on the East Newton Patriots. Home game, homecoming for the Cubs back at Burrow Fowler. Should be a game where the Cubs are favored. And they have a chance to go 2 games over 500.
Yeah, which would be good to see. And then we don't know what's up for Lamar right now. Quarterback did get hurt. Don't know if he'll be back or not, but another very winnable game looking ahead, going to East Newton and then Lamar, and then you get the Cassville Wildcats.
Oh, yeah, a lot of plays. And the worst thing that the Cubs could do right now is look that far
Yeah,
ahead.
you got to focus on East Newton.
Go 1-0 each week, and they'll take on the Patriots next week up at Burrell. Should be a good game. We hope to have everyone out supporting the Cubs next Friday night. Be sure to catch the Coach Mock Show next Friday evening right here on KKBL. Coach Mock will sit down with Sammy Clapper to discuss tonight's victory over the Mustangs and also preview next week's game. The Coach Mock Show can be heard right here on KKBL 95.9 FM prior to our pregame show. As we come to the end of tonight's broadcast, I would like to thank all the fine people here at McDonald County High School for their help and hospitality this evening. A special thanks also goes out to all the sponsors who make our broadcast possible. We could never do any of our broadcasts without your support. Be sure to get out and visit these local businesses. Let them know how much they are appreciated. And finally, a big thank you to all our listeners out in Cubs Nation. Thanks for being with us each and every Friday night during the season. Just a reminder that our next football broadcast will be coming your way next Friday evening as the Cubs will host the East Newton Patriots. Pregame is set to begin around 6:20 with kickoff scheduled at 7 p.m. Once again, our final score from the stadium tonight, the Monett Cubs 50, the McDonald County Mustangs 40. For my broadcast partner, Ryan McCullough, our producer engineer, Erwin Perez, this is Benji Finsky saying thanks for following the Cubs and good night from Anderson.